Good evening and Happy New Year's. This is the conference meeting of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in council chambers of City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, January 6, 2015, at 7:05 p.m. I'm going to do a roll call. Councilman Coley,
Present.
Councilman Corbett,
Here.
Councilwoman Eason,
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler, Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk, Jordan Lascara from the Finance Office, Mr. Towns is the Legislative Research Officer, and Margaret Hamir is from the Clerk's Office. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler just arrived, 7:05.
Please, before we stand for a moment of silence, since we introduced the directors, we have a new acting director in the fire department, and I just wanted Acting Chief Rothenberger to introduce him, so going forward through the meeting, we'll know who he is.
Acting Fire Chief James Rothenberger. Council, I'd like to introduce the Acting Fire Director, Kenneth Douglas.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I'm Acting Fire Director Kenneth Douglas. It's a pleasure to be amongst your presence. I look forward to doing many good things with you and serving the citizens of Orange.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Please be apprised that anyone wishing to discuss agenda or general items shall sign one book. There will be 2 columns in the book, one for agenda items and one for general issues. Each person signing the book will check agenda items or general issues. If they check only agenda items or general issues, they will be allowed to speak for 5 minutes. If they check general issues and agenda items, they will be allowed to speak for 10 minutes. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 et set, the Sunshine Law, has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 17, 2014, posted on the bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk.
And also, Director Adrian Mapp from Finance has joined us as well. Moving right into our matters for discussion, we have Public Service, Electric and Gas, presenting us with updates. Mr. Everett, can you come up and introduce, and I believe you'll introduce your colleague that's with us.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the governing body and other distinguished guests. I'm Everton Scott. I'm the Regional Public Affairs Manager with responsibility for Orange. I have with me here this afternoon Ms. Claire Bartolomeo. I hope I got that right. And Claire is our kind of, she'll tell you what her title is. I don't know what they call her this week, but she'll introduce herself. But Claire's like our in-house expert on customer outreach assistance programs. I know when I spoke to the council president, she wanted us to expand on. I was here a couple of months ago in which I touched briefly on customer outreach assistance, how customers can avail themselves of some of the resources that we have internally to help customers to pay their bills. And so Claire will expand on that. So without further ado, I'll call Claire up and have her go through the presentation. Thank you.
And Mr. Scott, did you want to discuss transition going forward, or you'll do that?
Well, I was hoping that Mr. Calvin Ledford would be here.
Okay.
And I'm hoping he'll make it here. I don't know where he is. Calvin should have been with me. Fact of the matter is that going forward, Mr. Ledford will be the RPA for the city of Orange. I'll still be around. I'll still be in Essex County, but Mr. Ledford will have day-to-day hands-on for the operations in the city of Orange, and he's already been making the rounds in Orange, talking to people. I took him in to meet the mayor. I also took him in to meet DPW and some of the people there. So he's making the rounds, and I'm pretty sure pretty soon he'll be introduced to the council and start working also with the council.
Okay.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Claire Bartolomeo, and I'm part of the Payment Assistance Outreach Team for PSE&G. We know there's a lot of people that are going to be suffering, where they're going to starting to get those cold weather bills. So we want to make sure that everybody knows about the programs that are available, and essentially that's my job. On the front page, I gave everybody, the council people, a presentation. And on the front page, you have my name. And if you need to contact me, that's our email address, pao@pseg.com. And two important things below that are our websites, because we're very, very careful to make sure that all the information is always updated on the website. So if you forget about everything I tell you tonight, you could always go to the website or send your constituents to the website. Okay. PSE&G, we are people providing safe, reliable, economic, and green energy. We have 2.4 million customers, 3.9 million meters that are read every month. 80% have dual services, so that, you know, not only do we have people with high winter bills, but we have people with high summer bills. We have 2.5 million bills are sent out a month. We have 16 walk-in customer service centers, and every year about 2 million energy assistance payments go to about 300,000 households. So there's a lot of people that take advantage of the programs that are available. The low-income home energy assistance program, LAHEAP, some of your constituents might say La Casa. That program helps low-income people pay their winter heating bills. It is the only program that has a limit. It goes from October 1st to April 30th, whereas all the other programs are year-round. Now, this program relies on income. It's a household income, and it's monthly income. So what will happen is, let's say if you have a constituent that comes and said, well, I lost my job a couple months ago, and I'm having a hard time paying my bill. They're threatening to shut my service off or whatever. Well, what they'll just look at is the last month of income. They're not going to look at what he made 6 months prior, just the last month of income. So it's really a great fail-safe. So if you have a family of 4, if their gross income is $39.75 a month, they may be eligible and they should apply. When you apply for home energy assistance, you're not only applying for the heating benefit, there's a medically necessary cooling, so you have that senior that needs the air conditioning in the summer, they could get $200 towards their electric bill, medically necessary cooling. It's weatherization. There's a lot of older housing stock that could use energy audit, and maybe maybe they would be eligible to have a furnace fixed or windows. I mean, there's a lot of, especially a lot of our seniors. They haven't had they've been living in the house for 50 years. And, as far as they're losing a lot of energy through no insulation and things like that. This program will also help with that. Also, when you're applying for the Home Energy Assistance Program, you're also applying for the Universal Service Fund. Now, I just took a look. In 2014, there was 853 households that took advantage of the Home Energy Assistance Program in Orange. So it's good to know that people are starting to know about it, but there's always people that are all of a sudden they need help, and these programs are available. Applications start, I said, October 1st, but they only go to April 30th. So really, it's really a heating program. Cooling. Even though you want cooling in the summer, you have to apply for cooling in the winter. And basically, it's medically necessary cooling, so it's somebody that needs the air conditioning in the summer. So what they just need is a doctor's note. Benefits are about the same. They stay pretty steady. It's based on, it's federal dollars. So it's based on how much federal dollars are received, and our funding for New Jersey has been pretty steady for the last couple of years. At the end of the heating season, those people that have had trouble paying the bills, and what happened last winter, where everybody got socked with those high winter heating bills. Well, from March 15th till April 30th, those people that already received home energy could go back and get extra help if they have a shut-off notice on their account, on their PSE&G account. Also, this, and I'm talking about PSE&G, heating, electric, and gas, but this also, you could also get help with oil. So if somebody heats their home with oil, they could also get help with oil. We have a state call center that gives information and tells people where to apply, or will tell them about the program. That telephone number is 1-800-510-3102. And what's really great about it, it's open 7 days a week, 9 in the morning till 9 at night. So somebody doesn't have to take off work or try to spend their lunch hour on the phone. They could call later, or they could call over the weekend when the rest of the family's around. So it's really great. When you're applying for home energy, you're also being screened for the Universal Service Fund. That's another dynamic program. New Jersey's really lucky. We have a lot of energy assistance to help people. The Universal Service Fund is a monthly benefit, and it's a little lower income than home energy. For instance, a family of four would have a monthly income of $3,478, and it's the whole household income. And what it provides from $5 to $150 a month towards your electric and gas bills. That's $1,800 a year. That's pretty substantial for somebody that's low income. Kind of lifts them up. And basically how it works is they send us, they say, utility, is this your customer? And they say, yep, that's our customer. And they ask us, how much electric and gas did this customer use last year? So we'll say, okay, they used $1,200 in gas and $1,000 in electric. So we see that this customer that I have the example here used $2,200 last year. They have an obligation to pay towards the bill. So let's say if their income is $10,000, this customer would have to pay 6% of their income towards their bill, or $600 of that $2,200 is their obligation. If they received home energy, that's also deducted. So let's say they received another $400 in home energy. So in this example, $1,200 is left. That's divided by 12, and every month that customer will receive $100 towards their bill. It's kind of geared towards how much you use and what you've already received and your income. It's really an incredible program. We have actually right now we have about 603 customers in Orange that are actually taking advantage of the Universal Service Fund program. So that's really great. The first time you join the Universal Service Fund, if you never had it before and you owe money, you have old bills that you're trying to work down, if you have that, the first time they have a fresh start portion of the bill, of the program, where you could actually, by paying your bill for a year, you could actually work off that old balance. You can't apply, it's called the Fresh Start portion of the program. You can't apply for it, but the very first time you're on the program, you could take advantage of it. So it's an incredible, and it doesn't matter how much you owe. Whatever you owe, as long as it's more than $60, you have the advantage of actually getting forgiveness on that bill. And it's all part of this program. So the Universal Service Fund and the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, both of those are for low-income people. Then we have another program, and it's all household income. We have another program called New Jersey Lifeline. New Jersey Lifeline is for seniors at least age 65 or disabled adults at least age 18 that fit these income guidelines. If you receive SSI, you receive the $18.75 in your monthly check. This is interesting because let's say you had your mom and dad living with you. They might be eligible for Lifeline, even though your income combined doesn't fit the criteria, because the Lifeline is just for the senior and the spouse. If you're single, as of January 15th, it's $26,575. It's annual income. And if you're married, $25,582. This goes up every year with the cost of living. Applications for the Lifeline program are accepted year-round. All these applications are also at the 16 walk-in customer service centers listed on the customer's bill. We have a customer service center, I think it's 59 Main Street right in West Orange. Also, La Casa has a office in East Orange, I believe, where they'll take applications for the Home Energy Assistance Program. Now, we talked about low-income people. What happens if you make you have $1 too much income? You're not going to get the low-income programs. But there are 3 moderate income programs. The first one I'm going to talk about is New Jersey Shares. New Jersey Shares can get up to $1,200 towards your utility bill. And what it is, once again, this is monthly income. They have a cap on the income, though. For instance, you have to be $1 above the home energy program, yet below 400% of the poverty level. So it's pretty generous. It's income of, for a family of 4, $7,950. So as long as you're in that area, then if you need help paying your bill, you have to owe money. Whereas the Home Energy Assistance, Lifeline, and the USF, that's just to help people with their bills. You don't have to owe money with those programs. Whereas New Jersey Shares, the True program, and the Page program are to help people that are above the home energy benefits income level, and they are running into trouble with their bills. New Jersey Shares, you have to apply for the Page and True program first. But if your service is interrupted, if your service is shut off, you could actually go right to New Jersey Shares and apply for a grant. The Page and True program, New Jersey Shares, you can receive up to $1,200. The Page and True program, those income levels are their annual income. Shares is monthly income. Their annual income for the Page and True, and for a family of 4, you could make up to $105,000 a year. You could receive up to $1,500 for the True program, up to $1,400 for the Page program. And what's interesting about the True and the Page, if you receive one, you can go back 60 days later and get the other. So if you have a really large bill, then you could get up to $2,900 towards your bill. Even if you have a payment plan, if you made a payment plan because you made a deposit, you made a payment plan, you're trying to work down the bill, you could still go back to the Page and True program to get help. The only thing is the True program is going to end. The last time they're taking the applications for the True program is February 13th, but the Page program will continue. Those are the energy assistance programs. Those are the programs to help you pay your bill. Now, I know a lot of people say it's getting cold out, they can't shut my service off or things like that. We have in place what you call the Winter Termination Protection Program. It's a New Jersey Board of Public Utility program, and it protects certain residential customers from shutoff during the winter season. It starts November 15th and it ends March 15th. And what it does, it helps those people that take advantage, that are low-income people, or people that receive SSI, PAAD, General Assistance, TANF, or somebody with circumstances beyond their control, are protected from having their service interrupted. We know a lot of customers that, we know our customers that receive the Universal Service Fund because they get a utility credit. We know people that receive home energy. But we don't know everybody. We don't know people that receive SSI or TANF or things like that. So what you have to do is you have to encourage people to contact us and let us know that they fall into one of those categories, so their service is protected for the winter. And what they have to do is they have to pay a down payment of up to 25% towards their bill. Up to 25%. And then they enter into a 12-month payment plan. Now, if they don't have any of these energy assistance programs, what you want to do is say, yeah, go pay your down payment, get your payment plan, and then start applying for some of these programs and take advantage of these grants that are out there. If people don't contact us, we don't know they're in trouble. We don't know they're unemployed or they have a hardship, a sickness in the family. So we're hoping, like, you know, what we want people to do is to contact us as soon as possible to make sure, like, you know, that they take advantage of this program. One of the problems that a lot of times, like, you know, people know they're protected, they don't pay anything towards their bill. Encourage people that even if they can't pay the whole bill, at least pay something, because when they come out in the springtime, at least the bill is not so big that they can, you know, actually manage it. We have a really, like I said before, we have a really dynamic website. You could go to pseg.com, and there's a little box you could click there, or pseg.com/help. For those that are more comfortable in Spanish, we have pseg.com/ayuda, AYUDA. It's completely in Spanish. You can give this information to your clients. On our website, we have links to all the programs. You could download applications. And for the True Grant, the Page Grant, and New Jersey Shares, you could actually apply online. So that's something new. Everybody that has a shut-off notice during the winter receives one of these little flyers in their bill. And it talks a little bit about the Winter Termination Protection Program. So tell people to pay attention. Did you receive that in your bill? They can look at, like, see what category they would fall in. Contact us and, you know, make that down payment, that good faith payment towards the bill, and enter into the payment plan. So if you take a look at this. I also gave you some of our flyers. This is just like a general flyer with all the different programs and good to keep around. You can make copies. This is something about the weatherization program, what you can take advantage of. And also the LAHEAP agencies, you can see LaCasa's information, where they are. They're actually at our customer service center in West Orange and in Newark certain days. And also they have an office in East Orange and one on Roseville Avenue in Newark. So they take the applications for the home energy assistance for Essex County. You would have to go to them, but customers can also mail it in. We have the applications at all our walk-in customer service centers, and like I said, you could download it from the internet. I also gave you some information about New Jersey Shares, and then I just want to mention one other thing, Comfort Partners. Remember we talked about weatherization through the Home Energy Assistance Program? This Comfort Partners is through the utility. And it's for same thing, it's up to 225% poverty level. So it's about the same level as those that receive Lifeline. And they do a lot of wonderful things to make the homes more energy efficient. Completely free for the clients. You could be a renter, or you could own the home. So just take a minute to look at the brochure. Also, we have a lot of different ways where people can contact us to pay the bills. So I just put a little flyer in here just in case, because I know a lot of times people don't have the time during the day to stop by a customer service center, or they need to call up or pay it a different way. So that's about it. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I gave everybody a folder, so if you have any questions, Everton will be happy to get back to me.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna say Ms. Claire, so I don't mess up your last name. I'm gonna give the council members opportunity. I know there, you spoke primarily about, assistance in paying the bills. There are some other areas that the city council was concerned with in terms of public service, doing work in the city. So I'm gonna open the question up to council members, and you can ask a question about what Ms. Claire has presented to us, or if you have any other questions regarding public service and electric gas doing work around the city. Council members? Councilman Coley?
Yeah, I believe Director May is kind of you put something in place for PSC&G already. Have you been talking with the folks who does the work in that department, or has that process started?
Yeah, relative to what, the opening of the streets?
Yes.
Yes, Everton, I'll ask this question for the council if it's fine.
Yes.
Over the last, I'd say 2 or 3 months, as you are well aware, I'm sure, that there's been a lot of street openings on Main Street due to several of the underground leaks that are going on. And it seems like for the last 2 or 3 months, I've been getting a lot of questions. I deal with you, I email you, I talk to you, and there's a lot of openings on Main Street. I've been told unofficially by a couple of PSC&G representatives, and I did represent this at a couple of the meetings, that because there has been so many openings, and I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, we can talk offline, but I've been told that PSC&G is considering repaving Main Street. And I did bring that to, and I don't know how true that is. I said unofficially when I talked to the council members about it. That's one question I'm sure is going to come up. And then also, right on Main Street, across from the Bank of America, between Scotland Road and I guess Linden Place, we had PSC&G do some work there, and they never tampered down the openings. It must be anywhere from 12 to 15 openings. And what it amounts to is speed bumps on Main Street. And I've come a couple times and talked to the council, and I know you understand that I deal with a lot of different departments with the road openings, but if you could speak to any of those, because I'm sure they were going to ask that anyway.
Okay, so out of Main Street, we, like you rightly pointed out, we have had an inordinate amount of leaks. As we get into the colder months, sometimes as the weather changes, the leaks become more pronounced, and so we have to be out there in numerous occasions trying to fix the leaks. What we do is,
And
for
Mr. Scott,
example,
when you refer to leaks, what kind of leak? Gas leaks?
gas leaks.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam President.
that's okay.
Gas leaks. So what we do as a matter of course is if we do one opening, then we would tend to fix the one opening. As we get into 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, then it no longer becomes reasonable to just fix the leaks. What we do is that we fix the road. So as a matter of course, from there we'd go from curb to crown and fix the leaks. And that, especially if they're on one side of the road, then we'll fix. So when you're told about fixing the road, that's what we're talking about, fixing from curb to crown. The other thing is that
what exactly is the crown? You got it.
the middle of the road,
Okay.
from the curb to the middle of the road.
Okay.
That's what that means. The other areas that you're talking about in terms of not tamping down or not making it the repaving was not done satisfactorily. When we do an opening, as a first cut, what we do is that we just try to, again, based on traffic and so on and so forth, we try to get the road back into driving condition. And I know that we talked about these being speed bumps, but what we tend to do is to leave it there for 90 days, and then for it to settle and to compact itself, and then we will come back after 90 days to do the final repaving. So what you're seeing there right now is just temporary, and it will not be there for for a long time. Well, right now also during the winter months we would not be doing any paving because of course the asphalt plants are closed and so on and so forth. So we'd be looking to come back into in the spring and do the final repaving, and I know you'll hold me to that, and we will be back and we will do the final repaving.
Council President?
Okay, just a second, Councilwoman Easton. Councilman Cole, were you finished?
No, so we're talking the entire length of Main Street from what's that Ridge Street all the way east.
Not really. I mean, I'd have to go back again and look at where those cuts are, but I would say that we would go, maybe 5-10 feet outside of the cuts on either side, and then with the cuts in the middle, and mill and pave that. So we wouldn't be doing the entire Main Street.
And what about all those other openings where you guys have those I guess those stacks or
Vents.
the
Events.
vents? The vents. Will that be included in that repaving plan?
Yeah, it would be in the plan. Again, it's a matter of whether or not that's a part of many cuts or whether it's just a single opening to vent the gas. So, I mean, it's a matter of how close it is to the other to the other cuts, or is it far away? But I mean, if we have a vent and the vent is in close proximity to 5 or 6 or 7 cuts, then it's better. It's easier to just pave the entire area than just do the one spot where the vent is.
So you're gonna put, I guess, your plan together and present it to Marty, so come spring we could have Main Street. I mean, that area will be redone.
That's correct. I'll be talking to Marty about a repaving that entire area on Main Street.
Okay, this is what, January 6, 2015.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Easton. To Mr. Scott.
Your name is?
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott, because that's in my ward, your answer is unacceptable to me. In fact, today I started to draft a letter to the CEO of Public Service, which I will mail tomorrow. Because of the area between High Street and Ridge, I need you tonight when you leave here to just drive down there and drive over Main Street. That is unacceptable that we have to wait for 90 days for you guys to clear up an area that error that you made. Because when you go down there, it tears your car up. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know what is it, eight high rises that you go boom, 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 all across. So I don't agree that you should wait 90 days to fix that. The rest of it you can, I don't care. But for that little section, we need something done on an emergency basis, because there's no way we can ask the residents of Orange to bump up and down Main Street. One of our main thoroughfares.
And that's between High Street and Ridge.
Councilwoman Easton,
It's
speaking right in front of
between
the
High Street, Scotland Road,
Okay.
cemetery.
going west to West Orange, but
Okay.
it's on the left-hand side, basically.
If you're going eastbound.
Side, on the
So
eastbound
if you're
side.
coming up the eastbound side, I want you to take a ride there tonight when you leave,
High Street and
so
Ridge.
you can really see how horrible it is.
Well, yeah, I'll do that. And again, the guys out of the East Orange, we call it Orange Gas Shop, but it's in actually East Orange, down here on North Park Street. They're the ones that do the work on your streets. And again, when that job was done and it was left that way, it wasn't to damage cars or to tear up cars. I mean, we don't intentionally go out there and try to cause anyone any grief or any damage. Again, it was just a matter of getting the road back, and obviously was not restored to driving conditions based on what I'm hearing from you now. And I'll let them know that tomorrow. I'll go meet with them tomorrow morning. I'll drive on it tonight, and I'll take them out there tomorrow morning, and we'll do what has to be done.
And before you leave tonight, if you don't mind, I'd like to have your name and cell phone number.
Yes.
Because I will be following up with you tomorrow, because there's no way we can go through 90 days with that street. That's one of our main entrances and one of our main show places of the city. We have customers coming over from for different cities to shop on Main Street. And that area, the ride over that is a disgrace to the citizens, the residents of Orange. I'm a public service. I spend a lot of money with public service. And if I could find another vendor right now, I probably would leave. Just for that reason, because you guys need to take care of us. And you need to take care of that.
Okay.
Not 90 days. We need that done immediately. All right?
So again, that's traveling on the eastbound side, starting from the Shell gas station,
Yes.
probably to the PNC Bank. Council, any other, Councilman Corbett?
First of all, I want to thank PSCNG for that presentation. You certainly provided a lot of information for families who definitely can take advantage of those services. But as it relates to the gas leaks and things that we have throughout the town and the old infrastructure that public service is operating with, PSCNG also has contractors that does work for you. It's not just the PSCNG trucks that we may see out there. There's also brown trucks that I've seen out there. There are yellow trucks that I've seen out there. All of those are contractors for you. Is that right? You mentioned it. You mentioned the operation.
We do use Fletcher Kramer. We do use Chemska. So we do use contractors to do work from time to time.
So who follows up behind the contractors to make sure that they're leveling off the road?
There is PSCNG inspectors that really should go out and there should be an inspector there with the contractor every single day that the contractor is out there working, and even so there should be also be an inspector that goes there after the fact and inspects what the contractor is doing and then make sure that it's in as reasonable a condition as can be prior to the contractor leaving the site.
Sounds like the person for PSCNG that's at that site is falling asleep, because he's really not double checking and making sure that those holes are filled at the level that they found it in. And I think if you can communicate that to them, I think you might be able to solve your problem.
Okay, I will.
Council members, any other questions?
Council President, I did have one question for the young lady, Claire.
Ms. Claire?
She went and sat down? Claire, on your presentation page for NJ Lifeline, I did have a question on, I think the third bullet point down was income qualification, not household income.
Right, it's just the senior and the spouse.
The senior and the spouse.
Right.
Is that income, that's not retirement income, is that if they
It's
earn it?
whatever income they have. The only income that never counts towards any of these programs is a reverse mortgage. So if you have a senior that has a reverse mortgage, that does not count as income, but anything else would count as income.
Thank you, President.
Councilwoman Von Butler, you said you had a, no?
Yeah, I think I do have a question, and my question had to relate it to the LAHEAP program and the Universal. So my question is, I know you said all the other programs are online, and why are those not online?
I'm sorry,
I thought you said that the other programs were online. You could submit an application online.
the LAHEAP program is not online yet in New Jersey. They're working towards it.
Okay.
It's all one application for the LAHEAP and the Universal Service Fund program.
Okay.
But right now, it's currently not online. But what they do have, the state has really stepped forward. They have a universal database where you get the benefits much quicker. As soon as the information's in, they send it to the utilities or the oil companies the following week. So it's pretty good.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Council members, any other questions? Mr. Scott, is there any way that you can give us a summary report of your 2014 gas leaks and, and what the gas leaks that were found possibly in 2013, 2014, and how you are working on these programs and anticipating the amount of time that you feel as though this is going to take to deal with the issues that we're having with the various gas leaks. Because it seems that we have gas leaks all over the city of Orange.
Well, I mean, so the issue is
And before you
that's-
start, I just want to state that Mayor Warren has joined the meeting at 7:46 p.m.
Good evening,
I'm
Mayor
sorry,
Warren.
Mr. Scott.
So leaks are a tricky issue to deal with. I mean, in terms of what we did already for 2014, I do not have those stats at hand to give to you now. I can provide them to you after the fact. But the infrastructure in Orange, the gas infrastructure, is quite old. It's been under the ground for forever, and so it's gotten to the point now where we're starting to see breaks, and so PSCNG has embarked on a program to get rid of some of this infrastructure to replace it. But the leaks that we have now, especially on Main Street, it's an ongoing issue. It's an ongoing issue, and every time we think that we've fixed the leak, another leak opens up somewhere else, and so it's going to be a game of just trying to catch up to the leaks and trying to make enough repairs to the point where hopefully we won't have any more leaks, and then try to see what we can do in terms of planning to get rid of this infrastructure and to replace it with something brand new. In fact, we followed the Energy Strong program with the Board of Public Utilities, and there are a lot of municipalities now that are benefiting from the gas main replacement that we're doing under that program. Unfortunately, Orange was not a part of that program, the first part of that program, which is now being implemented. But we look to see what we can do for the leaks going forward. But in terms of the stats that you request, I'll get that to you after this meeting.
Okay.
And just before my leave, Mr. Calvin Ledford has just walked into the meeting. I'd like to introduce Calvin to you. Again, Calvin will be my replacement for the City of Orange, and he'll be handling the City of Orange going forward. So, Calvin.
And Calvin, I hope you brought business cards with you.
I did.
Okay.
Good evening, honorable council members and Mayor Warren and staff. My name is Calvin Ledford, as introduced, and as Mr. Scott has stated, I will be taking over as the Regional Public Affairs Manager representing Public Service. Forgive me this evening for being late. I did walk in time enough to hear some of the issues regarding the streetscapes and the different locations. So I thank Everton for saying that he would be doing the follow-up. I'm going to give you my cards. It's actually going to be me. Okay. And I'll reach out for you tomorrow to find out a little bit more detail. I'm going to give you a card tonight, so each of you. It has my cell phone number and email, so I won't hide from you. I promise. I promise. I promise. So I
Do
actually
you have
give
any
me.
questions for public service or statements?
Yeah, will the rates be going down?
Well, I mean, the rates have gone down.
Yeah, actually, I think
You have
the
to,
rates that they-
Mr. Scott, I'm sorry for this purpose of the record, you have to come to the mic.
The gas rates have gone down about 44% over the last 3 or 4 years. We had in December, in November and December this year, we were saying that we were practically giving away gas for free, and gas rates will remain low for the foreseeable future. In terms of electricity, we do expect the rates to hold steady, if not go down. So yeah, the rates are effectively declining.
The other thing is Public Works is going to issue a report on the state of the streets, as PSE&G sometimes makes repairs to pipes and so forth. They don't repair the streets properly, and so they're uneven, they're not patched properly. And so I'm looking at whether or not PSE&G, if they don't do it properly, they should just take the whole street and repave it.
He talked about it. He talked about that. But you
So we did talk about that before.
It's the last part. That you can just repave the
we
entire
did talk
street.
about that before you came in, and what I said was, if we make just one cut in a street, one opening for a leak or for a service or whatever, then we look to repair that one cut. If we make a series of cuts, if we make 10, 15 cuts, and they're adjacent to each other along the street, then what we do there is to look to pave from curb to crown on the street where we made the cuts. So, I mean, that's what we should be doing.
And we got to define what cut is.
An opening, a hole. I mean, you know.
I think a hole is just this big, but your hole is...
Our holes could be as big as, you know, using numbers, and don't hold me to this, but, you know, could be as big as 15 by 7 or, you know, something like that. You know,
It's a big cut.
Yeah, it could be a big cut, and that's why I said from the curb to the middle of the road. That's what we'd be looking to do, and of course when we make these cuts, we put in a temporary fix, which some of the council people have pointed out to me tonight. That's not being done properly, but we put in a temporary fix. That temporary fix stays there for 90 days. It settles, and after it's settled, then we come back after 90 days and we make the permanent repairs. That's kind of what we do as a matter of course.
You know, Council President,
Councilman Corbett?
you know, that theory, it's a good theory, but I have yet to see that happen. I mean, once you make a cut or once you dig a hole and once it's filled, whether it's filled to the top or whether it's left concave, no one is coming back out to take a look to see whether we need to do something to it or not. Because if they were, then why wouldn't they just automatically go and fill it the correct way? So that's why I don't think that someone is actually coming out after 90 days to see how the hole was filled.
I hear you, and what I'd say to you, and Calvin's here with me, is that to the extent that that's happening in the wards or in the areas that you're responsible for, to the extent that that's happening, that needs to be brought to Calvin's attention, okay. and so he can get the guys in the gas department to go out there and do what we said we would do, and what I'm telling you that we normally do.
And the one piece that I will add, I don't know if Mr. Scott spoke to this or not, and I won't state the particular contractor's name, but in fact, we were and have been having trouble with one of our contractors in recent months doing the paving after the work has been done. That contractor is no longer with us. That took place probably about a week before the holidays. Someone else is on board, so I think you should start to see something different. It's not going to change the fact that I'm going to reach out to you to find out the existing problems, and I don't know if this particular contractor did that work, but just so it's known, there is a particular contractor who's had a lot of work for us from some time that we've been having some problems with that is no longer with us. So hopefully that'll help to mitigate some of the problems that we've had also.
Council President,
But just, Councilwoman Easton, just second, Director Mays.
Oh, I just want to say thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. And just as a note, you can reduce everybody's bill except the mayor's.
Director Mays.
yes, I just want to say, I'm sorry to see Mr. Scott move on. Not that you leave in PSC&G, but you have helped the city with a lot of issues that I've brought to you. And to Mr. Ledford, I was hoping that we could meet prior to tonight, because we do have several serious issues with openings not being tampered down. I'd like to meet with you and maybe take you around. It wouldn't be a long meeting. I could run you around and show you. The one area that everybody's complaining about, we can't even plow that area this winter. Today I couldn't send a plow on that area because it's so bad. I'd be willing to meet with you. I gave you my card. You have my cell phone, and maybe we can meet, this week or early next week, whenever you're available, and I can show you that area. It's only 2 blocks away. If you ride it tonight, I'm sure you'll understand what we're talking about here.
So let me ask this, just to try to quote. Councilman, are you two speaking about the same particular two?
We're talking about the same area, which is only 2 blocks away, the east side of Main Street, between Scotland Road and Ridge Street. It's maybe 10 openings, and not one of them are tampered down. It's like riding over speed. I'm sorry.
Please don't forget Scotland Road.
It's like riding over speed bumps. It's
Okay.
not. It's really was done poorly. So I don't want to hold you up, but I look forward to working with you on this issue.
And you as well.
They're
And
gonna
as
fix that tomorrow, so we're good.
we're absolutely going to reach out tomorrow. Learn
And
more, but we need
also-
to get it resolved. I understand.
And also, Mr. Calvin and Mr. Everton, we also have a public works committee that can actually, zone into these specific issues that we're having a lot. And the chair, Josh Sikowski, just stepped out, and Caitlin Gordon, Ms. Gordon, if you could stand up
We
as
don't have
well.
a chair yet.
Of the
Hasn't been
Public
no-
Works
No
Com-
organization has happened.
Okay, well, so that would be Josh
We
was
haven't
acting, just a
organized.
second, Councilwoman Easton. Those, they may reach out to you as well, and perhaps you can meet with them and Director Mays so that they can specifically, there are a host of issues that they have been trying to deal with on a Public Works Committee, and it's just been ongoing and ongoing. And it will be probably to the point, if we were to bring you up to speed, you will probably have to be here almost every meeting, because it's just a mounting problem of concerns that citizens of Orange have, whether it's from council members, individual citizens, call-ins, and I'm sure Mayor Warren, that you get enough calls in your office as well. So if we can just start helping you get acclimated to the city of
Sure,
Orange with
sure.
some of these concerns, we can go ahead and tackle them and move forward.
Sure. Forgive me for not knowing her last name, but there is a young lady that I've been interacting with, Roxanne, who's
From Public Works.
okay.
right?
Who's
Okay.
we've been interacting probably for about a month now,
Okay.
and helping out with some issues. But I'll reach out for you to better understand these two specifics, and I look forward to working with you all.
And Ms. Claire, nothing that you have said is fell on deaf ears. We appreciate your presentation as well. I think that we just been trying to get this issue in terms of the roads in here, so we will be contacting you as well. And I would ask if you can stay through the citizens' comments so that you can hear the specific questions some citizens may have, and that's not too long, and then you can hear specifically what the citizens may have to say, and you can take that as a note for yourself, okay?
I'm here until you close.
Okay.
Be careful what you say. Be very careful.
Change underwear. We have a change underwear.
All right, Madam Council President, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for having us. Calvin will be here until you close. But thank you so much, and I wish you all good luck.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott. Happy New Year.
Nobody says that.
No worries. And this is Josh that just walked in as well, so you can introduce yourself. At this point, council members, in your package, before we start discussing what's on the agenda, there is, as normally in every January, a resolution for temporary appropriation, which is basically the first 3 months of the year. And there is an amended one that I would like you to look, recommended by the budget consultant, and the areas that are different, or there have, since this was given to us in our package, some grants have came in, and that's to $38,000. Mr. Lurch removed the $600,000 for, if you go to your back page, for debt service. I'm sorry.
What number? What are you on?
In your package, 16-2015.
Thank you.
Okay, there was a temporary appropriation, and given to you today, there was an amendment from the budget consultant based on him going over figures. And one was for, if I work from the last page back, the reserve for debt service is $600,000. At this point, there was no justification for that. And then to the page prior to the last page, there's an addition of $38,000. I'm sure I'm keeping up. Which are grants that have, the city has been notified of grants. One was a health service grant, and one is a CDBG Circle of Excellence grant. The other amendment was to the Orange Public Library. The 26% was based on the 703,000, and the amendment was made for the statutory amount, which was roughly about 460,000, which was sent to you. And then there was another amount of 50,000 for last year's debt, but there was no justification given to the budget consultant. So those are the those were the changes that were made on the amended 16-2015, and we can discuss that at that time. And I also, just as a point of reference, I asked the clerk's office to pull the temporary appropriation for last year, and that was given to you as well, just as a matter of reference. With that being said, council members, are there any resolutions and or ordinances that you would like to discuss?
Council President, before you go into that, so where is, I'm looking at the numbers on each of them.
Okay, so
the bottom line didn't change.
Where,
Yes, it did.
The 13,000.
if you go to the third page,
I'm on the third page.
Okay.
Oh, so
So-
the current total, like the 13 million.
Right under public defender, those numbers did change. See where it says,
Okay.
you see that?
Right.
Okay. And then there was an additional section added for the grants for 38,000.
Right.
And that was, and those are where your changes will be.
So the grand total ended up being 13,623 instead of 13,688.
Yes, Councilwoman Eason. Any other, are there any questions the council members like to discuss regarding resolutions and or ordinances?
Council President, I don't know if my mic is on. I'm sorry for interrupting at this.
I'm sorry, we didn't introduce the
Yes,
attorney.
and I apologize. I was actually late. I got here at about 7:15, but sat in the audience. My name is Gracia Robert Montillis.
Is there a mic at your desk?
There's a mic. Hello?
Yes. Okay.
It's on?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Gracia Robert Montillis. I'm an assistant city attorney with the law department representing, sitting in for Dan Smith.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I apologize for that oversight.
No, my apologies for being late.
Thank you. Council members, any discussion on any resolutions and or ordinances? No?
Council President,
Councilman Corbett?
Ordinance 2-2015.
Yes.
This is the ordinance amending Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code of the City of Orange Township entitled Administration of Government Dealing Procedural Rules for the City Council. So, I guess in a nutshell, we're trying to reduce the number of minutes that are allowed for citizens' comments, reducing that to 5 minutes regardless of whether it's a general item or an agenda item.
Councilman Corbett, yes, there has been much discussion and much conversation, and as you just said, it's 5 minutes for general, 5 minutes for agenda items. If this ordinance passed, it would just be 5 minutes for total general and or ordinance combined. So we'll be reduced it from 10 minutes to 5 minutes.
I am all in for trying to change some of the things that we do that extend our council meetings into the wee hours of the morning. I'm completely on board for that. However, when it comes to reducing the time that our citizens are allowed to speak, and as you know, these meetings are actually the only place where the citizens have an opportunity to come to get their issue on record. And we as council members and even the administration, oftentimes we don't know what really goes on out there unless the citizens come and tell us.
Right.
And so that's what this forum is as far as I'm concerned. And I don't have a problem with reducing this. My only problem is that if we're going to reduce it for the citizens, I think it's something that we should also take into consideration for the council. And I will say that many of us here are already adhering to this 5-minute comment section. Many council members speak 3 to 5 minutes, but there are others who will speak longer than that. And I think what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. So if this is something that we're going to implement for the citizens, I think we need to implement it for the council as well. So if that's not going to be done, then I can't support this.
Thank you, Councilman Corbett. Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
On the same resolution?
Ordinance.
I'm sorry, on the same ordinance, I'm sorry. Is there any way to really enforce the time as far as, because sometimes the buzzer goes off and we still allow them to wrap up? Just like for the council, if we, go too long, like it needs to be enforced so that, I agree, both the citizens and the council people need to adhere to the time, but we really need to enforce it as far as, even if there was a digital clock that they could see or something like that or hear, so that we can enforce it. So I agree with
Councilman Summers Johnson, there's really no time for the council. I think over the years, the council has kind of minimized their, except in, maybe more passionate areas. But I do agree, and it's really up to the chair in terms of allowing that to go off. And that's when it's helpful to tell a person you have 1 more minute.
Okay.
And sometimes you just kind of lenient to let them know, but I do hear what you're saying. So it's actually to the chair's discretion to allow that portion to go a little bit further. Or if you've heard, sometimes I've even said you spent 7 minutes on general and tried to break it. And understanding where, as Councilman Corbett just said, this is the only forum that's only structured where members of the constituents have to come talk to us. So what may seem like a lot is only twice a month. So we'll listen to, this has come before us before, and it's coming again. So we'll hear what the citizens will have to say. I will say that there will be a public hearing on this, and we should reserve the public hearing for everybody to have their concerns put on the record at that time. But this is just something that just kept coming up. So by nature of that, I'm putting it back out to see what the feel of the council is and for the citizens. Councilwoman Eason?
I'd like to make a comment on that same one. And I guess my thoughts are, if we're going to do something, we have to draw the line in the sand and actually do it. And that's our problem. We say we're going to change things, and then we always stretch it out and make exceptions and assumptions, and if there's, I decide. But I think even though you are the sitting council president, it is the will of the council and not at your discretion. So if we pass the ordinance that said it's 5 minutes, when 4 minutes come, you should say you have 1 minute to wrap it up and leave it at that. Because what typically happens, if you let one resident speak 7 and the next one you try to cut off at 5, there's always some back and forth. Why you let him do it and you didn't let me do it? So I think if we're going to draw a line in the sand, otherwise, don't even put it there at all. Leave it as it is. So if we're going to make a change, let's make a change and stick to the 5 minutes, regardless of what happens or what goes on. 4 minutes, you got 1 minute to wrap up. 5 minutes is done. Either we do that or we do nothing. Because every time this comes up, we say this, we say that. We might do this, we might. So if we're going to make an ordinance and adjust it, let's adjust it. If not, take it off. Simple as that.
Are there any other comments on any other 2-2015 or any other resolution and or ordinance?
I have one.
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
11/2015. And I'm going to ask some questions about the bill list.
Okay.
This is my personal questions that I need answered. I don't care how anybody else feel about what I'm doing or what I'm saying. This is for me.
Councilwoman,
and I have
can
a
you just
concern.
start by telling us the page that you're going to start on?
I'm on page 22.
Page 22?
And I'm so happy. What happened to our dear mayor?
He
ran away.
Did we see?
He ran away?
Is Mayor Warren in eyesight?
And I think I need Mr. Mapp.
Mr. Mapp is here.
He would come to the podium. On page 22, and I think we've had this discussion before. Is it customary to pay bills before we approve the bill list?
So you're asking a general question before you ask a specific?
Right. Is
Okay.
it customary?
Mr. Matt?
Because and I just explained, as I look at the check register and the bills that have been paid, I want to know who decided that bills could be paid before we prove the bill list. Because if we disagree with something that's going on, it's too late because you've already paid the bill. You can't take the money back.
Councilman Easton, just let me interrupt you for 1 second. Mr. Matt, we request, I request this, purchase orders to be brought up on certain, and specifically some of these on 22. Do you know if, the purchase orders were sent up? Any POs and backup was sent up?
I'm Adrian Mapp, Director of Finance. I'm not aware of your request.
Okay, all right. So, to Councilwoman Easton's question.
Well, actually, let me back up on that. I was told that you requested a couple of purchase orders.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And do you have them with you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, to Councilwoman Easton's question.
There are times when we do release checks prior to the governing body approving a bills list, and that is sometimes necessary.
Could you explain why?
Because of the nature of the purchase, because of the kind of purchase, it might be a utility bill, whether it's PSE&G, whether it's Comcast, it could be for gas in our vehicles, so it depends on the circumstance.
And Councilwoman Easton, I'm sorry, for the sake, the mayor's back, did you want to repeat it so he could hear it, or?
No, he can
Okay.
catch up. He probably heard me in the hallway. Right, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My train of thought. If we are managing our finances, and you're the finance director, in the proper manner and through the proper processes, anything that you're going to anticipate, like public service, you should already know that it's going to need to be paid, so you put it on a bill list prior to it becoming an emergency. I mean, I pay public service too. I mean, I always get a notice in advance, so I have like 30 days to pay the bill. So I don't understand why public service would be a good example, because they do bill us on a quarterly or monthly basis.
Director Matt?
So, is it quarterly or monthly?
We get those monthly.
So you would know each month that you're going to get this public service bill, and it has to be paid. So there's no reason that you would ever have to pay them with the check before coming on the bill list. My second question, I'm looking at...
Can I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead.
I strongly disagree with you.
And I need you to explain why.
Because you're referring, or you're assuming a perfect situation. We don't control when we receive the bills. And therefore, it is not as simple as you just outlined.
So you're telling me that public service does not have, even though they have all of the other million customers on a cycle of when they send out a bill, when the cutoff date, when the time is the bill comes, or when it's started to pay, that they don't do that for the city of Orange?
I didn't say that to you.
I'm
I'm
asking,
saying to you,
do they do that for the city of
I don't
Orange?
know what PSG does. What I can tell you is that we don't control, we in finance, we do not control when we receive bills from XYZ company.
Mr. Mayor Warren, I need you to because why would we be different than the regular PSG customers?
Mayor Warren.
I need to understand that.
I don't know that we are different or not, and I can't tell you whether or not PSE&G sends bills adequately all the time to everyone.
But they want
on a
their
certain
money,
date.
so they're going to send them timely because there has to be a cutoff date when they start the processing. So you're going to tell me all the millions of customers they have, the city of Orange is totally different than anybody else?
We can't speak of any other customers except our homes in Orange. But there are situations where PSC&G might send the wrong bill. They may send a bill that's too much. He may get a bill and they may say, you know, we sent you a bill, it's not enough. So there are different things that happen that we don't control from PSC&G.
But that's understandable. That doesn't happen every month. That can't be a situation that happens every month. And I'm gonna leave that alone, because I think if we ever gonna get the finances of this city under control, we need to look at those processes and those cycles to make sure that we stay on top, so that we're not getting a bill list that has checks that's already been cut and we're trying to approve the bill list. Because maybe the expense that you pay we don't agree with.
Councilwoman Easton, Mr. Ledford has motioned me that he would like to respond. Did you want to say something to this, Mr. Ledford?
I could probably just share 30 seconds of how
Okay.
the bill is.
You can just stand by Mr. Matt. Yep, just come. 30 seconds.
Timer.
Yes, it's true that every residential.
You have to
or
talk into the mic, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. Yes, it's true that every residential or commercial property in our territory receives a monthly bill. We have a 21 root cycle bill. But for most, I won't say all, but the vast majority of municipalities, we have what we call a vouchering system, where once a month we take all of the bills, from the last 30 days and accumulate them on one document and send that to the town to be paid in total, so that the town isn't receiving X number of bills every day throughout the course of the month for the various departments that the township has.
But you do that on a billing cycle, am I correct? You do that based on a billing cycle.
Yes, we do it
I
on
mean,
a
you
billing
would go
cycle.
6 months and then send us a bill for 6 months of electricity.
No, we do
right?
it on a monthly,
Right,
on
exactly.
a monthly basis. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Matt.
But on there for page 4 for Bella Tire, we spent $4,200 for parties. Why was that paid in advance?
Page 22.
Page 22.
It was paid on December 16th. And what day was the appreciation? What date was, on December 15th? So it was, the appreciation was on December 15th, and it was paid, the
Well,
check.
there was a couple of them, it wasn't only one.
It was four. It says 12/16.
But they all weren't on the same date. And that's the other question. I need the purchase orders for those. And so why was that paid in advance?
That would, in all likelihood, be based on the terms and the conditions of the purchase.
Now, we are a small city. 2.2 square miles, and I guess what? Most of that is
Orange Park.
Orange Park takes up a percentage of that. If in corporations or businesses that have a lot more budget dollars than we do, if you take an employee, if we want to do a party or something, the employees have to contribute or pay their own fee. And then based on, we just didn't have enough money to pay the gas, we didn't have enough money to pay. Why would we now spend that amount of money and not have the employees contribute to those events? We can't afford it, so why wouldn't we have had them contribute?
That I can't answer,
But you paid it.
because of the terms and the conditions of the purchase. Let me give you another example. There was a purchase to provide toys to,
Oh, I was gonna get to that too.
I figure that. And so you mentioned corporations. Corporations have lines of credit. And oftentimes they're able to purchase goods and services on a line of credit. The city of Orange and most municipalities don't have that luxury. In the case of the toys, we had to purchase the toys, and it required a cash purchase. So
Mr.
we
Matt.
had to make sure that if the party was to happen for the kids of the city of Orange, that is what needed to be done.
Those parties weren't for the kids. I respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
For the simple reason is, I managed the budget over $1 million. and it wasn't line of credit, a couple of million. It wasn't a line of credit. We didn't buy stuff that we couldn't afford. And as far as the toys are concerned, granted, I hope we had so many toys floated around in this city, they couldn't find kids to give them to. So based on all of the things that said, bring a free toy, bring a free toy, bring a free toy, we really didn't need to buy any because you could have tapped into some of those resources and gotten those toys for the kids for free. There was a couple of groups that could have banded together. All I'm saying is, if we don't stop and curtail some of the spending we're doing, and based on us not, and I'm going to ask the mayor to address this later, based on us not passing the transfers, the employees are afraid that they're going to get laid off. And in order to keep them from getting laid off, we need to stop spending on things. We could have had an affair, had all the residents donate a toy. We did not need to go and put that burden on the citizens of Orange. And you were right, I had the toy thing highlighted. I had one other thing. Because I'm saying, as a director of finance, I see we paid the gasoline. Is that not true?
What page are you on, Councilwoman Easter?
I'm on page 25.
Okay.
A check has already been issued for the $88,517. But tonight we have on our list a transfer of funds to cover that. Am I not correct?
It's a walk-on, yes, Councilwoman Easter.
But they've already paid it.
Yeah.
So why do we still need to walk on?
I'm not sure what the walk-on is. I have no knowledge of that.
Mr. Scary, do you want to respond to that? You can say no.
Well, let me just back up.
Okay.
A couple of days ago, Mr. Scary said there was no money in the fund to pay that. So where did they get the $88,000 to pay it without the transfer? We are going to learn in this city to tell the truth and be transparent about things.
You're going to be told the truth by me. You're going to be told what I know.
Well,
Tamp it down.
I respectfully disagree with you there.
Okay.
So I want Ms. Lascara to answer if there was such a pressure to have a meeting to transfer dollars because we didn't have that money. Where did the money come from?
Mr. Scary.
Joy Lascari, CFO. With regard to the fuel purchase, if we didn't pay those bills, the card would be discontinued, or it would be shut off so that the police and the fire could not continue to fill up their vehicles. We really didn't have a choice. We had to pay that bill. Now, no, I am getting to your question.
Point of order. I need you to be specific and answer the question that I asked you. I sat in a meeting with you. What did you tell me? There was no money in the account to pay that bill. So I was thinking that on this bill list, we were going to approve that amount and it was going to get paid later. I see here you have already paid that bill by check. Where did the money come from? That's all I want you to tell me. No explanation about going around the bush about this. Where did the money come from?
Mr. Scary.
If last week you didn't have the money, and all of a sudden you have the money to pay it, but you were putting us under pressure as a council that said, we need to do this, we need to do that. Where did the money come from?
Mr. Scary. Or Mr.
The fuel is one line item in the total account group that is the repairs and maintenance of all the vehicles. It's not only the fuel. There are also a number of bills that need to be paid, need to be brought forward for repairs of vehicles. We have essentially overexpended that line item because we did not transfer the funds.
But you already drafted a check. My question is, where
We've-
did the money
Let me
come
answer that.
from?
I think there is a misunderstanding in terms of how the process works. If she says that we didn't have the money, what she might have been saying is that it wasn't budgeted or that we didn't have enough in that line item. She didn't mean to communicate that the city didn't have $48,000 or $80,000. We have plenty of money in the bank.
Where did the money come from if there was not enough money in that line item to pay it?
The
What
money
account-
came from the bank
But
where the
what
money
account
sits.
did you transfer it from to put enough in that line item?
Where's Joy?
Because we did not do the transfers, and that line item is now overexpended, and we will be raising that money next year, 2015.
And let me also add, under no circumstances will we allow the citizens of Orange to suffer from a public safety point of view by not providing the resources to gas up the cars to make sure that the police and fire can operate. So whether the council chooses to make the transfers or not, public safety is a priority and must be provided for.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think there's any confusion on my part about that. All I'm saying is, when you present something, you need to make sure you tell the truth about it and what is entailed. Because we were led, or I was led to believe that the cars was gonna be sitting in the parking lot at the police station, the fire engine wasn't gonna roll because there was no money to buy gas and the account was gonna be closed.
If the bill wasn't paid, that would have happened.
Exactly. So if you could have paid the bill this here, you could have paid it then. It would have still been, with all of this confusion and with all of this urgency, you could have handled it before that we got beat up about not doing the transfers. And with that, I'm done.
Is that the only thing you had on the bill list, Councilman Eason?
Those were the only things I had on the bill.
Councilman Coley?
I just have one question on this gasoline bill. Is that for a month, or is that for? I mean, what period of time was that $88,000 for?
For November and December, Councilman Coley.
That was only just a
November, December, 43,000 for November, and December was 45.
Council President?
Let me, were you finished, Council? Or you want to ponder and come back?
No, okay.
Okay, Councilman Corbett.
My question, Mr. Mapp, is if you were able to take that money out of an account that's in the bank, what type of an account is it, and how much money is left in that account after making this withdrawal?
Oh. I can get back to you with those answers, but I don't carry those numbers in my head, so I don't know what is the balance in the bank.
Do you know the type of account?
It would have been what is known as the current account, which is the operating account of the city of Orange.
Okay.
Any other questions on the bill list?
Council President, I have a question on the bill list.
Yes.
You turn to the page. I just want, was it
I'm sorry.
on page 22, was it 4 parties? Because I attended one of them and I can't see how it's.
I asked to
Was
we
it
bring-
4 parties?
It was transfer. If you look at that that section, you'll see that $1,050 was transferred from the planning board. $1,050 was transferred from zoning, and $1050 from ABC, and $1050 from rent leveling, and all transferred to cover the cost of the 4,000. But it was one event. But I'm saying it was transferred for those various accounts to cover. Yeah, no, it was one account.
It was one event.
But the funds
No,
were transferred
for $4,200.
Right.
And I was at that event.
Right.
And if I had to spend $800 for the event, that would have been a lot. That's my personal opinion. I was there at this event. I thought maybe this was 4 events and I was at one of 3.
It was more than one event.
But this
So we need the purchase orders to prove that.
I have
It
the
was more
purchase
than one.
orders. This is one event.
For $4,200?
Correct.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm saying that we shouldn't have spent the money at all. At all. If you want to do that, let the employees contribute. We can't afford it. These are my tax dollars.
See how this, excuse me, sister.
Can we just get that straight, whether it was one event?
So I'm looking at the purchase order, and I'll pass it around.
Did you pay to get that?
No. If it was,
You got to go to the event, I ain't get that right.
We crashed
and Councilman Johnson, if you
Did you have, do you have a copy in front of you?
No, I didn't see any training.
Well, that's what it says, employee training, right?
Well,
It was transferred from the zoning board employee training to
What
pay
page
for.
are you on?
22.
Page
Page
22.
The number at the bottom, though. That's what's
Do you want to
throwing
look at
me
it,
off.
Mr. Matt, while we?
Because
Dude.
it's page number 4 at the top. And
Council
22 at the
President,
bottom.
depreciation and info is correct.
Right.
There was no training,
There-
in my opinion.
No, that's the line,
Council
that's the line
transfer
item that it came from.
I know.
So in the zoning board, you had a line item for employee training in the zoning board account. They transferred the money from the zoning board employee training account into this to pay for that.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. But I'm saying, I wouldn't qualify it as training. That's what I'm saying. I qualify it as appreciation and info, but not training. And you use money for training out of 4 accounts for a
And I
part.
tell you why I went, because we can't pull together $9,000, I think it's 8, to do the 6 to 9 program at the schools for our kids who need somewhere to go, who needs a safe haven, but we can spend this amount of money on a party that we could have used as part of that money for the children of Orange.
I'm still mad that I wasn't at the party.
That's why I said, in the future, we need to sit down as a council and figure out how we can avoid these bills being paid without the council approving them, because otherwise it will never stop.
Council President,
Councilman Corbett?
I have a question for Mr. Mapp. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this current fund, and I have another question for Mr. Mapp. Mr. Mapp,
Yes.
as it relates to this current fund, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how this account has funds in it, and the only thing I can think of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the way that money is sitting in that account is because of the monies that was left over from other departments in the budget.
Are you
Because we had folks who went over budget, and we had folks who, or departments that came in under budget. So is that money in that account from those departments that came in under budget?
If you're referring to the physical bank account, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
All of the monies that are collected in the city through the tax office, for taxes, for whatever, almost all of the monies collected are deposited into our current account, physically placed in the current account, regardless of the various departments that we have within the city. And so when the requests for transfers were made back in December or presented by the finance department, it was based on the knowledge of the CFO, who knew that in certain budget lines there was a need for more money, and that the request was made to the council to move money from lines that had excess funds in terms of the budget. I'm not talking physical cash, but excess funds in terms of the budget, moving those funds over to those lines that were overexpended. And had that been done, this conversation probably wouldn't be occurring right now.
I understand that.
And in addition to that, we wouldn't have the issue of what is referred to as a deferred charge, which we're going to have to collect from the taxpayers this year as a result of not doing the transfers that were requested.
Well, I was going to say, the bottom line is that, you know, since $88,000 is part of a larger sum where we're going to have to make up through taxation because we did not move that money.
Whatever lines were in excess of the budgeted amount when we closed the year on December 31st, already that places us behind the 8 ball in that already. That is the amount of money that we have to raise in this 2015 budget year.
Do you know what that figure is off the top of your head?
I don't know off the top.
The bills are still coming in, and just to be
What did she
clear,
say?
Councilman Corbett,
Still
if
working
you-
on those numbers.
If you recall, we reserved 500,000 for salary, contract negotiations. A small amount was transferred to pay utility bills, and then 190,000 was canceled, and it was canceled and put into the 2015 bill as surplus. I can't remember the amount that was transferred to pay for bills, but I remember those 3 items. So 500,000 was put in reserve for contract negotiations. 190 was canceled to be used for surplus, and the amount that was transferred was 2 line items I can't recall. So those were the 3 items that how the money was moved around.
And as far as what you just said is concerned, the amount that was set aside for salary adjustments, any adjustments that were made based on collective negotiation agreements as of the end of December 31st that were paid, those amounts will be charged against that reserve for salary adjustments.
That line item, that 500,000. Okay, we'll get to that. Okay. Councilwoman Eason.
Mr. Mapp, on your purchase order form, can you modify it?
Oh, certainly we can.
Because I think in this day and environment, I don't know who signed this. Could anybody tell me who's the vendor signature is? The official position you can't read, and you can't read the signature. So could you modify it to make that a print section before they sign it? They have to print their name like everybody else does, and then their signature on all of these lines. So all of those people that's doing those up and downs and you can't read it, we need to be able to know who signed it.
Yeah, we can make
So
that change.
for the next, immediately, can you do this so that they have to print it first and then sign it? So when I look at this form, Council President, do you know who signed this?
I have to look at it again, Councilwoman Eason.
If you can read that, then you
Can
can
you
read
pass that,
French. So could you tell us who signed it, who the signatures are?
Mayor Warren. And you need a mic if.
I can make out Marty Mays' signature.
You gotta get the mic.
I can make out Marty Mays' signature
And what-
because
and
I'm
is
familiar
he
with it
under-
from dealing with it every day.
And which one is he under, the VIG?
Officer's certification.
So those parties was done under your department, Marty?
The vendor. If you could swear.
So can you tell us who the other signatures are?
Are you looking on first page, Councilwoman Eason, where it says vendor signature, official position?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's a vendor signature, that's beyond our control.
So that would be Bella Italia.
If it's a vendor signature, it's beyond our control.
So the vendor signature would be a representative of Bella Italia and their official position at Bella Italia. And then the department head to sign off for the city is Marty Mays. And then the QPA was Mr. Matt.
So just modify the form so that all is printed before they sign it.
So you want print and signature?
Yep. I mean, if there's an investigation, they need to know who signed it, right?
But within City Hall, it was Marty Mays. The vendor was Bella Italia. Are there any other questions on the bill list? There was one question that came to me, Mayor Warren, and it was regarding Ms. Hassan being paid, and I think that was for services prior to your administration.
Correct.
And it came out of the municipal insurance fund?
Correct.
Okay. And there was funds there, and they
The
just paid.
special funds will cover it, and it's covered legal bills in a legal matter that she handled on behalf of the city council versus former Mayor Hawkins. which is in the Essex County Superior Court.
So it's been lingering for some time.
Yes, for 3 years.
Okay.
I don't see any interest, though.
Any other questions before we close this portion of the meeting? A motion to close?
Move.
Second.
I'm sorry, motion by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? The conference section is closed, and we will take 5 minutes before we go into the actual meeting.
This is the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in Council Chambers, City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, January 6, 2015. Following the conference meeting, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll do a roll call now. Councilman Coley,
Present.
Councilman Corbett,
Here.
Councilwoman Easton,
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Here.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Clerk. Assistant City Attorney Montelius. Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Lascari. Mr. Towns from the Legislative Research Officer. Mr. Mays representing Administration. And Mayor Warren, also present. The requirement of NJSA 10:4-9 Sunshine Law has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 17, 2014, posted on the bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the Office of Municipal Clerk. We don't have any approval for minutes. Under reports, we have the Clerk's Office for the month of November 2014, $346.85. Clerk's Office for the month of December 2014, $1,467.06. Department of Community Service for the month of November 2014, $11,587. There are no open reports. And council reports.
Do we have a report from the police, police? Councilman Coley?
No, not at this time. I don't know if Director Sims want to give us an update for the holiday season.
Hakeem Sims, Orange Police Director. I think we'll have a full report for the quarter. As of yet, we have seen some very good declines in some of our crimes. I will applaud the Orange Police officers and several other agencies for an accomplishment that we've had that we have not seen, I know, in my 25 years, and quite longer than that. I've talked to some of the old timers and they mentioned we had a 0 homicides for the year of 2014. Where homicides are not a great indicator of crime, it is still an accomplishment that goes directly to the Orange Police officers. I may have pointed them in a direction, but they did the work. And it also goes towards some of the collaborations that we've done with outside agencies, specifically the Essex County Prosecutor's Office and some of the judiciary that assisted in the sentencing of very dangerous individuals that were brought to justice by the Orange Police officers. So I will have a full report. We did see, like as I said, we did see some declines in some crimes, but we saw quite a few increases in areas that helped us reach that point. So I believe maybe February or March, I'll have a full report for you, and I'll be able to submit some things.
Thank you, Director Sims.
Okay.
Fire Department?
Nothing?
Nothing. Well, take this time for those who came in late. Mayor Warren, if you would like to introduce our new acting director, reintroduce.
Have him come up and say a few words.
He did.
Good evening, Council, again. Just to introduce myself, my name is Kenneth Douglas. I'm the acting fire director. I look forward to doing a lot of work with you in the community and serve the citizens of Orange as well as they've been served before.
Okay, and that's the council members. Councilman Eason?
To Mayor Warren, when is the interview process for the director?
We'll be sending you dates when we'd like it to be, and then you guys will schedule a date.
Beg your pardon?
We would send you out dates that are preferable, and then you actually select the date.
When? You gonna send them out this week?
Yes.
And we're gonna get a copy of the resume
Give a whole package.
this week?
Yes.
Okay.
They'll come with a letter for requesting the interview.
Request an interview?
Thank you, Mr. Douglas, and look forward to you working with us. And
Thank you very
welcome
much.
aboard.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
The Public Works Committee, Mr. Sapowski.
We'll be having our next meeting Thursday, January 15th. At that time, we'll be reorganizing for the new year, setting up officers, etc. And we'll file that report as well. And then just a note that's come up from our last couple of meetings and attempts to get information. We have requested contact list for block organizers to help us with our snow planning. And at this point, that was being spearheaded by one of the committee members, Caitlin Gordon. She's having difficulty getting that information. We'd love to be able to have that for the meeting on the 15th.
That's resolved.
Okay, it has been resolved. Great. So we'll deal with it then, so we can get that on the moving.
Okay. And if somebody would want to contact, I'm sorry, Mr. Sapowski, as a point of contact, can they call you? What do you want to contact?
The committee's created an email address. If people have issues that they want to bring to our attention and have us, of course, you can also contact council. Council's in touch with us. Councilwoman Eason is a member of the committee, so of course you can also go through council and they can reach out to us. But we've created an email address. It is orange.nj.publicworks@gmail.com.
Orange, slows down.
Orange.nj.publicworks, all one word, @gmail.com, and people can send, items that they think they might want us to bring up to council or work with the Public Works Department on if they're having issues.
Thank you. Orange Housing Authority?
Yes, Council President.
Slash redevelopment.
I'll make a verbal report today. First thing, I had an in-depth discussion with Director McNeil about going forward with the appointment of Dennis Motley, and I've been instructed to convey to the council that all we should do is we submit another resolution with the correct start date on it, and that'll move forward at our next meeting. Also, the Orange Housing Authority had a meeting on December the 18th, which I was unable to attend because I had a previous engagement down in Newark. But I did briefly talk to Director McNeil, and he suggested that I get a copy of the approved minutes from the next meeting and then formulate a report off of that in writing. But one of the things that we're able to get from them is the calendar year schedule for Orange Housing Authority and the calendar year schedule for the Orange Housing Development Corp. I was given official copies of those that the clerks can give to my colleagues if they want copies. And also, the Housing Authority printed out their latest newsletter, which is, I think, Volume 1, Issue 2. And I was able to secure 10 of these. I'm sorry I didn't get enough for everybody in the audience today, but I'll also hand those into the clerk's office for distribution to my colleagues also. And at this particular point, that concludes my...
And is it online, and they can, on the Housing Authority's website as well?
I really don't know.
Okay.
I can't answer to that, but somebody can check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
ABC Board?
We have one issue, and I'm glad the director's here. There was a request made to have Director Sims meet with the ABC Board Chair to formulate a process where the taverns can get armed security. Did you ever make that phone call to to the Chairman Ross to set up that meeting?
No, I didn't.
And
I will.
when?
Tomorrow.
All right. I'll follow up.
Thank you.
Could you make sure you do that, because for the next ABC board meeting, he needs to have a readout.
When is that next meeting?
I think it's oh gosh. I'll make sure you get the date.
I'll have something for
To
you.
be able to report to the tavern owners what we've come up with.
Okay.
All right?
Planning? Councilman Easton, nothing for planning?
Oh,
I'm
nothing.
sorry.
No, we didn't have we did have a meeting, but we were just memorializing a project that we had already approved. Nothing new has come to the drawing board.
Thank you.
Don't
Library?
forget,
I'm
White
sorry.
Castles is closing.
I didn't hear you. What was closing?
Don't forget, White Castles is closing.
Do you have a date for that?
It's supposed to close this month.
January?
And reopen in the spring
Okay. No White Castles.
with
Council
a brand new
President.
facility.
Oh, Council.
Can I ask the planning department liaisons a question
You sure can.
pertaining to planning? It's been brought up during the process when Council President, when we were doing the best practices, that the planning department was not posting minutes on our website, the city website, or whatsoever. I mean, is there any plan for them to get in compliance with, or even does the planning department even know about the best practices?
We know about the best practice, but let me ask, is any committee posting minutes on the website? If it is, I haven't seen any.
Council President,
I was asking.
I beg to differ. I just ask about the planning department,
But
yes
I'm
or
just
no.
saying, is anything going on the website?
So let me, rather than go back and forth, Mayor Warren, for committees that would like to put their minutes up, would you like us to submit those through the clerk's office to your office and you'll have? Okay. And have them.
Because the
I'm gonna
clerk's
need to do-
office is supposed to get a copy of the minutes for every meeting and every committee meeting. And then they can send it to the website to get posted.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Finance Committee. We met, Councilman Johnson, when did we meet? We met
Like 30 emails ago.
30 emails ago, and we basically went back and forth over the temporary appropriations,
Yeah.
spending, and that's where we came up with the amended temporary appropriations. 30 emails ago, sorry. And I'm sorry, Councilwoman Summers Johnson, Library.
Okay, okay. The library director came to my South Ward meeting, and he was able to do a question and answer with many of the residents, which was really good. And I'm just going to talk about 3 things on the library report that I printed. The roof situation is on here again because I asked that, well, I was told that there was a patch job done to the roof with the previous director, and it still has not been fixed correctly. So that's why that keeps showing up on my report. They're also in the process of redoing the Watson room. I can't wait to see it because I keep hearing about it. Residents were also happy to find out that they now have Wi-Fi in the Orange Public Library, and another resident was really upset because the copier wasn't working, I think, the week before my meeting, but they now have leased new copying machines equipped with scanners, faxing, and Wi-Fi capabilities. So those are basically the two new things. He gave me the information, but this is since the holidays, and I didn't want to come without anything, so those are just the three things that I wanted to highlight from the report.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the Finance Committee, just so we're clear, the suggested amended versus what was in your package. Last year, the council had appropriated more than the statutory amount for the Orange Public Library, with the condition that the library come back and report that they were doing above and beyond to show that that appropriation was necessary. The library never came back to the city council, so for the temporary appropriation, the recommended amount was just for the statutory amount, and the statutory amount for this year is $476,074, and so the appropriation for the first 3 months is $130,000, and the other change was the reserve for debt service. Megan O'Hanlon had a discussion with the CFO, and to date there has been no justification for the $600,000, so that was removed. And then the $50,000 that was for 2014 debt, but there was no justification given to the budget consultant, so the budget consultant did not think that it was justified to put it on a temporary appropriation. And also, there's going to be a recommend for transfers that you will see that is before you, and listen to that, and I believe see that revenue transfer, and that's transfer $83,000 from the patrol division salary and wages to equipment and vehicle management of $83,000. Thank you. Are there any other questions before we move the agenda? Councilman Neeson? No?
So over here you have, I'm looking at the library on this, 703,000.
The actual amount is.
So we didn't appropriate 703. We did
last year. We did 2014
with the 200 extra that we asked to be put aside.
That was the total amount. So the statutory amount this year is $476,074. So that 703 should be corrected.
So the 130
is the first three, is a percentage of it.
The 470.
The 26%. Okay. But I guess during budget season, if the appeal is made and it's justified, we can determine at that time if we should do an amount greater than the statutory amount. And I'm sure they're working on their budget as well. Are there any other questions? Not moving on to communications and petitions, there are none. And going on to citizen comments.
Pursuant to Section 4-10 of the Code of the City of Orange Township, each person addressing the council should step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name in an audible tone for the record, and unless further time is granted by the presiding officer, shall limit his or her address to 10 minutes. The public is expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted. The chair will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments.
First, just from my memory, is Bill Lewis.
Much. Council President, members of the Orange City Council, my name is William Well Lewis. I live at 688 Morsewood Avenue. And I have a lot to say. But anyway, since I had to leave early last time, I wish you all a happy New Year. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. But anyway, just to give you, again, inside look. Okay, when I was 11 years old, my father and I were working on a furnace in the basement. And he always watched me very closely, so he knew what he was doing. And he told me, he said, you have too much strength. And you better learn to control your temper. You're going to kill somebody. And he said, the most important thing for you to do is develop your mind. Because it's better to beat a man with your brain than to beat him with your fists. Now, when I grew up, we found out that doesn't always work, and some people listen better when you snatch them up in the collar. But anyway, but be that as it may, that's where I came from. And so we always had the academic interests, joined the Air Force, on the Armed Forces qualifying test. You could not get into the Air Force or the Navy unless you scored between 90 and 100 on that test. I got a 97. 3 more points, I would have been the first person in 30 years to score a perfect score on the Armed Forces qualifying test. Subsequently, the Secretary of Defense, unless you think that everyone with the Air Force background is that swinging with math, Secretary of Defense wrote a regulation saying that the Army and the Marines, the non-volunteer services, had to take so many people from each of the different groups, broken down by group 1 was if you scored 90 to 100, group 2 if you scored 80 to 90, and group 3 if you scored 70 to 80. Result of that was that they soon found out they didn't have enough people to go to highly qualified tech schools. So I had a benefit to my career, and I was able to go there. But be that as it may, I went on, came out in the service, used the GI Bill to go to New Jersey Institute of Technology, and ultimately left there and went to work for Western Electric, the manufacturing arm of AT&T, where I was wound up being responsible for training all new engineers coming into the organization, for which improved our quality and increased our proficiency. I could take a group of engineers, and in 3 months I could have them working at it over 100% efficiency. And I went on up from there. I got involved with the New Jersey Institute of Technology. I sit on their board currently, and I've done some things there. And what I've done there, and I'm sharing this with you to tell you a little bit about what you should expect from your board members. You shouldn't just be sucking things up and putting things on their resume. We have over 100 students from Orange High now at NJIT. We have several more who are enrolled in a special program. It's a National Science Foundation grant dealing with robotics. So that's where we go, and that's where the money is. And that's what we need to be talking about, STEM, STEM, I'm sorry. The educators know that. But be it as it may, just to tell you what you're looking at and where you're looking, and educators understand this very well. Educators quietly segregate on the basis of math ability. So anyway, but anyway, 5%, only 5% of this country is involved in math. And of those people, the minorities represent only 2%. You are looking at 0.1% of the population here. I mention that slightly because when they talk about being president of Newark JCs, people say, why not? Well, why not is because we had over 200 members, and there were only 12 blacks in that chapter. It was not an all-black chapter. And you had to be able to, as they say, cross the aisle and shake hands and do all that other stuff, square dance, God knows what else. But this is me. But my parents told me, and my sisters, that we shouldn't think that we were hot shots, certainly me. And we should mind our P's and Q's and be thankful for what God has given us and just do service to humanity, and that's where we come from. This is what I have to talk about because the meeting that was about the last agenda. Well, tonight, question on Ordinance 2, dash 2015, as Councilman Corbett aptly put it. There's a lot, you can do a lot to streamline the meetings. One of the things one of the problems you have, having been in the JCs, which is a leadership organization, you have to have people who know how to run a meeting to watch so you can model yourself. And, you know, and you can't pick that stuff up on the street corner. When I was served as president of this council, we used to go home regularly at 10, sometimes 9:30. I think only twice we had to extend the meeting, because the things you get into, and I keep telling you this, it's committee stuff. It doesn't belong in here. You're here tonight to take care of the business of the city. And this committee structure is not running properly. That's not the way it should be running. So, and let me just give you a quick number, because I'm a mathematician. I'm a numbers guy. Most of the world is numbers. But if I took 5 people, speaking before this body, I could be generous and say 6, and each take 10 minutes, that's only 60 minutes. You spent an hour and a half talking about the Board of School Estimate bond issue, which is a non-starter, in which there were some very scurrilous things going on. You may hear about that later. But the problem is how, you know, you go around the room and you ask everyone, you have any comments? You go and you call each person in turn. They feel constrained to respond. That eats up time. You can't get that much to say. You should be talking about important things. There's a meeting coming up, something's happened down in Trenton, or something, you know, some of that nature. But it shouldn't be this round robin. Every time you say the council speaks, 7 people speak. You know, so that's where you're losing your time. You get bogged down. You limiting the time. I think Councilwoman Summers Johnson asked about controls. That's within the province of the president. You control that. That's where it goes. You're right to a certain extent about giving people a heads up. Okay, you're running out of time and so forth and so on. But it's also upholding the fact that each person here on one issue gets 5 minutes, not back and forth. And my rule of thumb was, if we talked over 10 minutes, I cut it off. I said, this calls for an extra meeting outside the council, special meeting. We're going to have a special meeting next and move it up. That's the president's job, gatekeeper and the guy or gal with the club. And if they don't want to fall down when you club them, see me, I got a terrible strength, my father said.
Just, and while you're right there, you have 2 minutes, Council.
Okay. Let me just wrap up here. Incidentally, the agenda format that you want to mess with, and I told you this before, it's a little different than what it was several years ago. But that agenda, which was developed here in Orange by my council, was accepted by the state and is used as a model for the state. And you're saying, I don't want this thing. I mean, it's something you can tell people about up and down the street. Hey, the state copies our agenda, and you throw that away. So what else are you going to say? But let me close out here. Resolutions 4, 5, and 6 seem to relate to appeals. No one talks about an appeal. So therefore, the question arises: how is somebody getting their taxes, their assessment reduced, and taxes rebated when they haven't gone to tax court? They have a hearing and get authorization from the tax court to you, the council, to apply it. You have one thing on it. I think Resolution 3 is a legitimate one. The tax court ordered you to take care of this person. That's what you should be doing. I don't know where these 3 resolutions for 4, 5, and 6, but they're not kosher. And I don't know who let you do it. And you better watch it. Do not get carried away with the quote, we are lawmakers. You better watch what you do, and you're constrained by the Constitution of the United States and of the state of New Jersey. And there's also common sense that goes in there. some things you don't want to get involved with. Thank you very much.
Phil?
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, a local businessman and attorney whose local business address is 268 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey. As my custom, I've posted various heads-up comments and questions for this meeting. I'd like to commend Councilwoman Easton for raising a lot of the issues earlier in the conference meeting about the budget process. I mean, a lot of things have been going on in the last few weeks since our last meeting. I'm jazzed. I'm really pumped up. We have a new director at the local finance board, the executive director. I don't know why he was replaced. I don't know if it was due to the watershed. I don't know was it because of my outburst in October at the local finance board. I don't know if it's because of what's going on in West Orange, where the state Supreme Court asked for briefs to be submitted by the local League of Municipalities as to the bond issue. I'm also jazzed about the editorial that was yesterday posted in the New Jersey Law Journal. There's a sentence I want to read. This is called, New Jersey Pension Restructuring Will Be Messy. There's a sentence. As Charles I and Louis XVI could testify, fiscal crises become constitutional crises when the government has exhausted the population's willingness to be taxed. I mean, I didn't write that sentence. I find it, I mean, I'm telling people in the last 5 or 6 weeks, there are things that are happening, being written. I don't control. I don't know if there's a greater being out there that are forcing issues. The replacement of the executive director at the Division of Local Government Services. Opinions that came out, when you want to hide something, you issue opinions on eve of New Year's Eve and the day after New Year's Eve. The appellate division has issued about 3 opinions right before that time, talking about, one of them they spanked the governor about increasing retirees' pensions. And they talked about you had to follow the law. If there's statutes, you need to follow them. Yesterday, I think Judge Sabatino overruled his decision in Feld 2, where he talks about when municipal legislation is being done and findings need to be made, they need to be put in the resolutions. That was the argument I made in front of Judge Kennedy in November 19, 2010, when there was the gap. He told this council and he told the city, in the future, if findings need to be made, they need to be put in resolutions. There's some questions I have tonight. We heard that there was a meeting with the Finance Committee with our finance budget consultant for the budget year 2015. When was Dieters Lurch Firms retained for calendar year 2015? I've been coming to council meetings. I don't believe there's been a resolution passed retaining him for services to be performed for this new calendar year. So what was he doing at that meeting? Is he a volunteer? This is the kind of little things that we have to look for. As to the bill list, when we were making references to the pages, the page references do not match the bill list that's posted for the public to look at. I too have questions why we're buying toys for tots, why we're paying for, a party. Also, we need to talk about Mr. Tarver. He's getting paid about $19,586. We need to look at the litigation. I think the public is entitled to an accounting how much money has been spent either defending the council or defending the various defendants in that litigation. Because I think the public needs to know how much money has been spent on behalf of the council, because I think it's in excess of $19,000. I think this is his second bill list. And how much has been paying for various other people like the mayor, Mr. Edwards, the city, and various other parts. That also goes back to hidden in the bill list, and there wasn't a page, they talked about a payment of $9,498 for municipal council versus Hawkins. I've been coming to council meetings since June 2007. I'm aware of never at one point of the council talking about a case where they were the plaintiff. I recall that the man that sat here before, the former West Ward councilman, had brought an individual lawsuit against the former mayor. At what point did the council take his place and rename it? That was always about the use of cars. Hassan brought the lawsuit, not the council. And I don't know, and I'll be making a request, finding out what is this $9,458 going to. When we were before, also buried in the bill list, they talk about band interest and band principal being paid. No one really discussed, where did that money come from? Do we have a rollover? Do we get a new bond anticipation note to pay off the old one? Where did the money come out? Because on the principal, it was, I think, in a little excess of $1 million, and interest was $10,733. When did the council ever been told that there was a short-term debt that was paid off, how it was being paid off? Do we have a new replacement debt? There's never been any discussion tonight about that. Marty, I try to give you a chance. There's a resolution tonight regarding a redeveloper agreement regarding Bravo. There's no redevelopment agreement attached to the resolution. What are we doing? What are the obligations of this party? And also, when was the RFQ for that deal put? It's my understanding that RFQ was submitted more than 2 years ago. Why now are we going to the Alpert Group? And why are we dealing with the Alpert Group? Weren't they tied into Walter G., who didn't pay their pilot payments? These are the questions I have. This is where we get in trouble. Because now tonight, this council is going to approve a redeveloper agreement. What are the obligations of the redeveloper? There's no redevelopment agreement unless there was one attached to you, which was not in the agenda packet. I mean, Marty, I asked you, this is the problem we have when every time I go to court. I said, we're entering into agreements, but there's no agreement. We're approving relationships, but there's no contractual documents to tell us what the documents are. As to Mr. Lewis, what he talked about, we have a serious issue as to those tax relief. I feel the people's pain, but like them, they knew what the rights were. They had to file a tax appeal, or they could have attached the assessment. You can't, at the minimum, you need tonight is an opinion from the law department. I'm sorry to put that gentleman on the spot. He probably didn't draft the ordinances, didn't draft the resolutions, but you need to know under what statutory authority are you proceeding to give tax relief for calendar year 2014 outside the tax appeal process. You need a legal opinion as to those resolutions. As to the appropriations and the bill list, I think this is a neutral comment and it might help everyone, is trying to track, because tonight basically we're saying we're going to take 25% of the appropriations that were approved last year, carry it over for 3 months. Like tonight, the bill list. When we approve the bill list, what expenses get dealt with under this new appropriation? I think most of the expenses on here go back to last year, except for maybe the $80,000, unless we do that other transfer. Right now, are any of the monies on tonight's bill list under this new appropriation? So at least we were able to count, to do an accounting for ourselves to keep track of what we're doing. That's something that we should be asking the administration at each meeting coming forward, where are we under the appropriation? Because that ties into the issue we had as to S&W. Because we knew in September that there was about 4 departments that exceeded the amounts of their appropriations. And one of the things I've been asking for in Oprah is doing the payroll, that every time there's a payroll cycle, the department head has to certify that the payments are made in line with the appropriations. If monies are being paid in excess of appropriations, where is those sign-up certifications? I'm still waiting to see the handwriting, the signature, who's certified. Again, I think Marty, as to Resolution 15, 2015, should be removed because there's no redevelopers agreement. I don't know what you're doing, what the rights are. You're saying we're pointing to be a redeveloper, but if it doesn't say what their duties and obligations are, what is it? You know, it's ice in the winter. I mean, it's illusory. The bill list, we have to be careful. That's all I can say is let's keep track of what we're doing. I mean, we are, remember how I began, constitutional crisis, and we know what happened to Charles I. Charles I was hung for treason and drawn and quartered. We don't do that anymore.
I'm sorry if I pronounced Mrs. Cartwright, or is it Ashley?
Ashley Cartwright.
Ashley Cartwright, sorry.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Ashley Cartwright. My address is 421 Lincoln Avenue. I'm here in the city of Orange. I have a concern about ordinance 2, 2015 also. I'm a little torn now after who came before me, but I think it's just a little rude for you all to take away from the residents. If we have to sit here and listen to you for about 4 hours plus, sometimes I think that's rude to do that. I'm all for shortening the council meeting, but no, not taking away from the residents when it's hard to reach some of you sometimes, and this is our forum to speak to you. I think that's rude. In regards to PSE&G, the weather is cold and we have snow coming. My concern is the 90 days that we have to wait for the main street and the bumpy roads. What's going to happen if we're slipping and sliding on ice and the roads are still like that? Another concern of mine is there's a bridge on Scotland Road between Main Street and Central Avenue. Well, as a driver, of course, your car accelerates. My concern is the school children who crosses the street on Highland Avenue. I was just wondering if we could have a blinking traffic signal on Glebe Street to slow down the driver in the event they need to stop before they reach the children. That's it.
We'll answer the questions at the end.
Okay, thank you.
So at Glebe in Scotland.
What street?
Mr. Bruce Meyer.
Glebe. I'm living in this town all my life. I don't even know all the streets though.
Good evening, City Council. Bruce Meyer, Berkeley Avenue, resident 33 years plus. I feel for you having to put up with and listen to the same people mostly every time. I can't stand listening to myself, especially since I keep saying the same things over and over again. But again, just pointing out, didn't get to citizens' comments until 9 o'clock. And, you know, I have all the tapes of all the meetings going way back. For a while there, I was the only person taping the meeting and posting them. So I have, you know, the numbers and the stats and things as to who's wasting what kind of time. And it certainly doesn't come from citizens' comments. If it was part of a larger redoing of procedures here where everybody took responsibility and, you know, or each individual council person was taking responsibility to not waste time, if we did not have an hour and a half on PSE&G's failings, which is should be discussed in Public Works and directly. I mean, it's not; these are not necessarily the things that should be at council meetings, micromanaging different departments and what the administration is doing. This is not administration. This is legislation and finance. So, again, you'll be hearing more from me and from a lot of other people. Probably the biggest reason for you not wanting to cut citizen comment is because we've been working a long time under a administration and a system where we're getting less and less transparency, where we have open requests because we can't get the information, where we spend $100,000 or so in legal fees just trying to find out who is the business administrator du jour. I mean, there's a lot of problems going on, a lot of money being spent, and to take it out on the citizens and their free speech and often very good information they're putting out loses you the high ground for any of those arguments. And at some point this will get back in court, if not in court, in the court of public opinion. We could ever get a paper that's interested, but there are other ways of doing this. So you lose the high ground. So again, my thoughts on that. Bill list finally came out today. These are things that need to be looked at, but trying to get a copy of it to see what's going on, I just go through and look at the things that jump out. Again, the parties, the toys, all things like that is stuff we've discussed for year after year after year after year, as how those should be funded, where the money should be coming from. that sort of thing. When people are just writing checks, doing things like that, even if we had the money, it sends a bad message that we're just, putting the money out there. I really worry about looking at all these tax redemptions. It doesn't go through tax court. It's not legal. I don't know how anybody can do that. A few things jump out at me. That's already been discussed on that. But here's one, page 5, checks cut, third-party tax redemption, 48 Berkeley. There's no 48 Berkeley, so what is that about? I mean, I know Berkeley. I live there. The mayor lives there. If he can find 48 Berkeley, more power to him. The library keeps, well, there's a few other things. Resolutions, Panasonic touchpads for the state trooper, for state contract for our police officers. That's $6,500 a touchpad. Well, that's a hell of a touchpad. I realize it's specialized, and we got, there's software involved and stuff like that, but that's part of a larger program. And I would hope that the resolution, this is 1/2015 resolution, it doesn't say where the money's coming from. Hopefully that is under a grant or a trust or something, and I'm assuming that, but it doesn't say that. But those are the kind of things that jump out at me. Now, I hate to keep bringing this up, but talking about withholding money for the library and for your initial funding here. The way the budget works, the percentage of last year's budget you do as emergency funding going forward. That's the way it's always done. However, you should realize that when you do these emergency funding allocations, that becomes part of the budget. That's spent. What that goes for is what you have. You can't go back and change it after the fact. Talking about withholding money for the library, that is kind of a joke. It didn't work last time, hasn't worked in the last 2 years on any of these things. There's nothing the city council has done or the budget committee has done that has been adhered to when it was not comfortable or convenient for the administration to adhere to it. They do whatever they want. Same thing for setting up interviews for our new fire captain. I'm fire director. I don't know him. He seems like a wonderful person, and I'm very happy to welcome him on board. But this city is not operating under the Faulkner Act. You don't have to sign off on directors. They can have deputy directors. You can do everything you want to. We are in abeyance. There is no Faulkner Act in the city of Orange. So good luck on that one. So again, I do be very careful what monies you do put forward on these things. They will become part of the budget. I'll make one other comment on what I've heard this evening on the budget. Monies come in, they go in the bank, same bank account, $1 is $1. There's no gold reserves in the basement. There's a lot of different large accounts. There's the current fund, there's the trust fund, there's the recreational trust fund. There's all sorts of different things in there which are on paper, which the funds are allocated to. I do not know, I've never met, and I've met a lot, a CEO of a corporation or of a municipality or stuff like that who does not have an in general idea of where his funding stands. How much money is in the bank, how much, you know which lines are overextended, which aren't. You have a general idea of it going forward, but you know in general those numbers. When I hear, well, I don't know how much is here, I don't know how much is there, I don't believe that. Not only that, it's an insult. These are, especially since this is all should have been in place going forward. This is the budget going forward. We've already looked at, we know where we're overextended, where we're underextended. We know how much cash is there. We're trying to figure out where we're going to put the money from here to there. These are all numbers that should be in your head. You know, you don't do that kind of stuff with your bank account unless you know in general how much money you have in the bank account. You don't want to write checks that bounce. You know that. So to have the tap dancing that goes on up here and say, I don't know that, or I'll get back to you, or that sort of stuff, two answers to that. One, somebody doesn't know what they're doing, or two, they're not answering because they're playing the politician. And I don't know which combination of those things there, but I am truly incensed. Any citizen that knows anything about finance should be outraged. We had some people stand up here last week and at their South Ward meeting, some people who actually have budgets of tens and 20s of millions of dollars came up and said the same thing. They were just outraged that we get that kind of stuff. So please keep after the city. We need to know our finances. You need to know where the money is, and this free spending and all like that. We will be in deep trouble if we don't get a handle on it somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Caitlin Gordon.
Good evening, Kathleen Gordon, 211 Park Place. Today, before coming in, I wanted to look up a few things on the city's website, previous agendas. I noticed that the 2014 agenda page is completely missing. An error comes up.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ward, what did you say was missing? I apologize.
The 2014 complete agenda list.
Okay.
That page comes up as an error. I asked at the last meeting that you and the administration put a link of this city council meeting DVDs, tapings on the city website. I have not found it. I seem to remember that the mayor agreed that it will be done. I'm bringing it up again. I noticed that on today's agenda there are no communications and petitions, none. I know that I sent you regarding Oprah a letter. That is actually what I wanted to check on the 2014 agenda list, whether or not maybe it was counted as a communication on for the last meeting. I couldn't check that. So I am asking now that whether or not you received that letter. In that letter, at a previous council meeting, you agreed that we can bring this Oprah issue offline, so we don't take up so much time of the council. You agreed, but you did. If you received that letter, you certainly did not respond to it. In reference to Ordinance 2/2014 to restrict public comments speech to 5 minutes. Even these issues that I brought up shows that there is a need for the public to give them some time, because it is, like other people said before me, is very difficult to get in touch and bring up issues and get answers from the council, and this would be pretty much the only way. Would the full text, for example, of the ordinances and resolutions displayed on the web, a lot less information would be asked here on council time. It is up to you. And many people told here before that you cannot just change some aspects, you have to change other aspects. If you want less questions here, you have to provide them online or any other way. But this one-sided approach is absolutely not going to work. It is just going to create bitterness. Note that nearly all of my questions here have been, not today's, even today, but other questions I ask them over and over because I don't get a response to them. If you would respond immediately and fully, there would be not time taken up to repeat them. So we would like to have some answers regarding those issues brought up here. Regarding Resolution 1/2015, it is just a recommendation to the format. This ordinance requests certain information put out for on the web, city website, for calendar year 2015, 2014, and 2013. I think that the format would be better if it would be the current calendar year and 2 prior calendar years. Otherwise, this ordinance would always refer to this particular calendar years. Again, going back to my previous request, by the way, Mr. Feld talked about this upcoming redevelopment issue. What are the terms not provided? I have been asking about engineering contracts coming up one after the other, and I asked that they contain enforceable deadlines. No one ever answered me. The council have not answered me ever whether or not it would be, why it would not be an appropriate move, but you have voted yes on every engineering contract that came before you. That's all. So I would like to get the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Warden. Joshua Sakowski.
Joshua Sokolsky, 393 Alcott Street. On all of the above about citizens' comments, just in general agreement, I know it's going to be brought up for more debate at another meeting, and I'll go further there. Bill list. Quick question regarding the money paid to Millennium Strategies LLC. It's $4,000. It looks like monthly bills of $4,166 for grant services. That may be the company we've hired to do grant writing. I just would like to know. It would be great to see a list from them at some point. Again, web. That's the other issue. That many of the citizens work, and we can't get down to City Hall during business hours. So if it's on the web, we can check. And it's just, if transparency is the thing, and if we need to upgrade our website, we need to pay for it, I understand, but that's where transparency is now on the web. If we can get a list of what grants they've applied for and their success rate, that would be wonderful, because right now it appears we have a contract of about $50,000 for the year. If they're doing a great job, if they're the ones who brought in the $103,000 for the police department, that's, to fund those touchpads, that would be something to know, and that would allay, I think, a lot of the public's issues about, how money is being spent, or at least, again, bring that to us. Outside of the bill list, I am very happy that we have no homicides. It's wonderful to hear. I think that should be publicized more, greatly shouted from the roofs. But there are other police issues that aren't taking place or that I have concerns about, one of which is tonight's ordinance about making a no parking zone on Oakwood Avenue in the crosswalks. I find that traffic enforcement in the city, in that area, on Alcott, around Alcott, it's a permit parking only area, and yet we have people who park after permit hours. Who knows what they're doing? I'm tired of calling about it. I'm tired of having to call. There's a car parked down the block. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something. Come check it out. There doesn't appear to be regular patrols. If we're going to put no parking in on Oakwood Avenue, I think that's going to be something those residents are going to be interested in as well. Finally, just a note as well. Just before the holidays, I had my card cloned at a local merchant. I know it was a local merchant because I got fraud results right after I used it there, and I called to report it to the police. And they sent a patrolman out. And again, I appreciate that they're doing work to prevent violence, and I understand that. But the attitude I got was that reporting this was a waste of time. And it's not a waste of time, because frequently those types of activities are foiled through task force with other local agencies, bigger units, and it's done by establishing a pattern of where that's happening, where the cloning's going on, and that's why it was reported. I didn't expect them to handle necessarily the fact that, you know, my card had been cloned. That wasn't the issue, but just the fact that it's getting reported up through the chain of command and maybe addressed. Those are the types of quality of life crimes that frequently cause people to avoid using merchants in a city, that will hurt our local businesses, that will hurt our ability to promote the city as a place to come live. And so that's why it was reported by me. And like I said, I understand Orange has had some property crime issues and certainly violent crime issues, but if I took the time to make the report, it would have been nice to have had it received in a way that I felt that it was valued. That's it.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to close citizens' comments?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Broad Butler, second by Councilwoman Summer Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Going back to the questions, Director Sims, I'm gonna start from the bottom and work my way back up. Regarding the fraudulent, you just heard Mr. Skowski's response that he made a report and he got a negative response from the reporting officer. Can you respond to that?
Well, for Mr. Sokolsky's issue, his issue really is with the officer and his treatment of the officer. However, these crimes are reported and investigated through all of the other agencies that are involved. If you have an issue, and this goes for everyone in the public, the viewing public, and who's here today, if you have a problem with the way you were treated, you call the police department, you make a complaint against that officer, and then we will deal with it as soon as possible through internal investigation. But going to the crime that occurred, that is still being investigated. I'm certain of that. It goes through the system, and it takes time. There's databases that the information is distributed through, and then we just have to wait. It gets put together with varying agencies that have similar offenses. So this is not something that happens very quickly or solved very quickly, but it is not simply sat to the side. So if you have a problem with a treatment that an officer gives you, please do not hesitate and report the incident to one of the supervisors that are working. You call, you speak to Internal Affairs or any supervisor, and it will be addressed.
And as a side note to that, the council members that are liaisons to the police department are Councilman Coley and Councilman Corbett, so you can also let them know so they can kind of talk to Director Sims as well. There was the other remark in terms of the enforcement of the parking on Alcott as well?
I'll have that revisited. When I told you I would get back to you on stats, we had a little better than 14% increase in our moving violations and parking violations. So we'll make sure that that becomes a part of our efforts. If we've missed those streets, especially with the new ordinances coming up, we'll pay more attention to Alcott. I know they were doing it on Alcott specifically because of the complaints in the past. We'll go back.
And if you could kind of have a sidebar with Mr. Sokolsky this evening and kind of update the liaisons as to how you move forward, that would be helpful so that we can know that it is moving forward as well. That's it for now. So if you can.
Actually, there was something that came up about crosswalks.
That was the traffic enforcement on Alcott.
Yeah, there's something that I think we can. I'm glad she asked that question. In other municipalities, if you notice, in areas where there are crosswalks and no traffic light, they will have a crosswalk sign that is lit up. It can be activated by a push button, just like some of the don't walk signs, so the traffic light can change. I am going to contact Millennium to see if there's something out there at Grants where we could get that kind of apparatus. And for an area that the young lady spoke of on Scotland Road, I believe.
Glebe Street, right at
Scotland and Glebe. It's a little further in. I know she's talking about near Frankfurt. That's also a crossing guard area. I've seen some municipalities that have the exact same apparatus, but the street lights up where the crosswalk is. So as wide as that street is, and as fast as people can drive there, because that's one of our speed areas. That's something I think we could look into. Yeah.
And you'll bring an update when you do your
Yes,
full report. Okay.
I'll make that a part of my
So
my
if you
presentation.
could make some arrangement with Mr. Sokolsky and then update the liaisons, that would be helpful. Mr. Matt, Millennium Services, have you received the monthly report, and has it been sent to the council, city clerk's office?
All the monthly reports will be sent to the council, as I always do, and those should be
Specifically Millennium.
those should be forthcoming, I would say, within the week.
Okay.
And so you can look forward to receiving those.
Okay. Thank you. And regarding ordinance 2-2015, I'll just do that since everybody had a comment on that. Ms. Gordon has made several, and I could be wrong, but I know Mr. Mays has responded regarding the engineering contract and the restraints on several occasions. Do you have a response tonight, Mr. Director?
Excuse me, my only response tonight is that I don't understand why Mrs. Gordon continues to bring this issue up. Every engineering contract that comes forward, if I'm asked about it, I explain it. I explain what the project is, what the project would entail. At this point, I don't know if any answer will be good enough for her, but as you stated, Council President, I answer every question relative to those items, and I don't know what else I can answer.
And the specific restraints, I know you are looking at redoing, for instance, the time period of street paving and all of that. That was one thing that came out of several questions. But specific restraints, like there is a resolution on here tonight for engineering contract. But I would ask that, Ms. Gordon, that you continue to, if there's a specific question, but in general, I know Mr. Mays has spoken to the overall contracts and what the city is doing to tighten up to ensure that we're expecting more out of our contracts for various engineering jobs. And I know that has also been a concern to Councilman Johnson, so I know it's something that's not being overlooked, and it's a constant conversation regarding especially street paving and time, if we can hold, in terms of chargebacks and things of that nature. Regarding 15-2015, at this point, the Alfred Group is just being named as the developer. Is the agreement premature, Mayor Warren, or do you need to get an update on this mic as well?
It is. They become the developer, and then they present before this body, so that there's determination as to what this body would like to see. After that, then there's an agreement. The agreement also comes before this body and is voted on before any action is taken with respect to the properties that are involved.
And I think that anybody doing any work, for instance, if you had a person who owned a multi-dwelling and they wanted to improve that property, they themselves would have to be John Doe developer, named as a developer, to go on to the next steps as well. That's just a part.
Correct, and they also have to present before this body as well.
Exactly. Mayor Warren, I'm going, since you're here, if you can put on your list, Ms. Gordon has alerted us that all the 2014 agendas are missing. If you can respond to the clerk's office, who will forward to City Council as to why that is. And the City Council meetings on the website, that's the issue of space, but you talked about the last meeting that you would see into it. You'll just put the link. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gordon. Just okay. So and just put the link on. Okay. 48 Berkeley Avenue. And let me go back, Ms. Gordon. I at the first meeting in December, we discussed at this meeting, at the council meeting in depth, in terms of changes that were going to be made to Oprah, some procedures that were going to be changed and improved upon, and even there was a conversation about a specific Oprah that was before that was pending, where you were not notified of extension needed. So I know that there was continuous discussion going on, and it was had right here at this, held right here at the council meeting. I apologize if there was more, but I know that the Oprah process is an ongoing process with the clerk's office, and we are working on it, but we did have a discussion here at the council meeting in depth about it when, I believe that was the first meeting in December. Ms. Gordon, you can't yell from the audience. Regarding 48 Berkeley Avenue, let me ask Deputy Clerk Smith, did you receive any correspondence from Ms. Gordon in December for the council? And if you can't answer it tonight, you can respond tomorrow.
We did receive, we actually tried to receive some correspondence from Ms. Gordon, but there seemed to have been a problem with our email. We weren't receiving her emails, at which point she said, or she commented that we had blocked her from our emails, which we did not, and we had to prove it to her. So we've responded again to every single email request that Ms. Gordon has asked for, and also have gotten extensions for her request.
Regarding 48 Berkeley Avenue, on the bill list, Mayor Warren, can you respond to that?
Yes, the citizen referred to page 5 on the check register by check date list, and it includes, it looks like 48 Berkeley, but it says actually 738, and it should be /48 Berkeley. So he didn't read the entire address.
So 738 to 748 Berkeley Avenue is what you're saying?
Correct, and that's the first one on page 5 of the check register by check date. And that's part of taking time. We spent about 5 minutes commenting on that, and it's not accurate.
You know what?
I didn't hear the last one, Mayor Warren, I'm sorry.
You took about 5 minutes commenting on that, and it's not accurate.
On the bill list the bill list is not accurate?
No, the
or
check
stop?
register by check date.
Can-
The full
you have it in
info.
front of you?
Oh,
What
yes.
page you on?
Page 5.
Oh,
I'll give
are
you
you
mine.
looking at the bottom right-hand corner?
The bill list is in 2 sections. One is the bill list, and then the back of the bill list is the check register. And if you look at the top left, you'll see 738-748
And the dash is
Berkeley.
omitted, okay.
Correct. That's the full address, and then it has a lot and block. And a full reading of it would have alerted the citizen as to what the proper address was.
And that's page 23 at the bottom right-hand corner of the bill list.
Correct.
Mayor Warren, do you want to speak to funds being allocated for appreciation dinner and the Toys for Tots?
The funds for the appreciation dinner were for volunteers of the various boards. They work day in, day out. They provide valuable service to the city, and often comment that they're left out of any appreciation by the city. And we chose to celebrate their service to the city. Some have been serving for many, many years. They appreciated it. During the appreciation dinner, we did a presentation of some of the issues that are facing the various boards. The various boards got to interact with each other about projects that are before their boards and how they're related. And the Toys for Tots, every year there's a celebration for Orange resident children to come to the Elks Club to, it's basically a Christmas party, and they have toys and so forth. And the toys that were purchased were after depleting all of the volunteer toys that were donated.
Thank you. We talked about the Blinken Lotto Scotland, the public service, the 90-day period, and Mr. I'm sorry, I don't remember everybody's name. Mr. Public Service, could you come to the Calvin? Can you come, Mr. Calvin Ledford? Can you come to the mic? The 90-day period. I believe that the question Ms. Cartwright asked was that the time period that's going to be down because of the weather, but how do you handle with the snow and people going around and slipping and sliding? Is that more of a Mr. Mays question, or do you want to collab on this answer?
Yeah, so here's what I would ask. And again, I said it earlier, but forgive me for being late. I walked in on the comment of 90 days, so I don't know what was the question that led to the response from Mr. Everton on the 90 days. But I've committed to...
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, just to clarify the question. The question was, in many instances, PSE&G will dig up the street, and then when they repair it, they don't do a good job repairing it. And the answer was that the repair that they do is to sit for 90 days to settle, and they come back and review it, and if it's not proper, they will correct it at that point. And so the citizen was concerned that the 90-day period that it's settling, in bad weather, it could cause accidents and it's not safe to drivers.
Yeah, so
Drivers or pedestrians.
I think we're actually dealing with two different issues. The first issue that just needs to be corrected going forward is if the street gets dug up, whether it's electric or gas from us, the repair, whether it be the permanent repair or the temporary repair, needs to be up to code. So it sounds like that hasn't been occurring. So that issue needs to be dealt with, and I'm committed to working with the city to help deal with that. If that issue is dealt with, I think the 90-day question kind of goes away. But to talk to the 90 days, you have one issue with allowing for the ground underneath to just settle, then see if what was placed down is enough and will remain level before they come do the permanent. And another category is a lot of times there has to be a temporary repair, and it's during the winter. And certain permanent pavements, you know what I'm speaking to, certain permanent pavements you want to do when the weather is warm. So a lot of that's where the 90-day window comes from. But I think, and I'm committed to doing this, helping to resolve the major problem, which is if we have to go underground, whether it be planned work or emergency work, when we come behind it, just get the street back to code the way it's supposed to be. That's I think the primary issue.
And I think a big, go ahead, I'm sorry, Director.
No, I agree with that.
Okay, and a big area that Councilwoman Easton pointed out was if you go to Main Street and at the Shell gas station, right to the PNC Bank, if you look in that area, that's a very good area for you to look at how bad that was dug up and repaired.
I'm reaching out tomorrow, committed, and, and I will see this area during the daylight, and we will work to try to get it resolved. And a part of that process, just to be clear, is the research is once the area is identified, I will then need to go back and find out which one of our organizations did the work. Was it electric or gas? When was that work done? You know, so there's some analysis to be done, but I'm committed to getting it done and see what we can do to work together to get it resolved.
Thank you very much. Regarding to Attorney Rashida Hassan being paid, that litigation was 2010 or 2011, where the previous administration had put forth a layoff. The council opposed the layoff in the process it was done, in the process that the administration had done the layoff, and Ms. Hassan represented the council in opposing that layoff, and the bill has been presented several times, and I gave it to you, and I have the I do have it. I'm sorry, and the docket number is 2011. So it was at the end of 2010, November 2010, but the docket is one of the first ones in January is L Law Division 171-11. So there are copies of everything in the clerk's office if anybody would need a copy of that. And it does have her breakdown available hours as well. And Mr. Tarver's bill, is that in the clerk's office as well?
Yes.
And that's in the bill as well, so that can be reviewed as well. Regarding 2-2015, well, let me go before this. Let me do 1-2015. Ms. Gordon suggested, this is put forth by Councilman Johnson, and Ms. Gordon made a suggestion about if everything was put on the website, and I'm sorry if I didn't get everything right. Councilman Johnson, did you want to respond to her suggestion? Or do you don't recall?
No, I'm kind of lost. What are you talking about?
The ordinance 1-2015, your ordinance.
Yeah, about salaries being posted.
Everything being posted, and I think Ms. Gordon was saying if everything was posted, this was kind of take care of itself. But you're specifically.
I inquired about the planning department in regards to how they respond to best practices, and whether or not they were going to start, because that was one of the things that some of the citizens had questioned, that the planning department is
No, I'm
lack.
talking about your ordinance, the spirit of 120-15, your ordinance.
What's the spirit of start having, yes, more transparency on the website?
Right.
Yes, that's what it's.
It's so that if all of this information is there, then it will be available to citizens on an as-needed basis.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And there will be a public hearing for this, and it can be discussed more in detail. 2-2015, we are ordinance regarding limiting the citizens' comments. I will tell you that the intent is not to be rude. We have 10 minutes right now, 5 agenda, 5 general. And so the goal was to just limit it to 5 minutes everything. And it was, as I went through constituents talking tonight, everybody generally spoke between 5 and 6 minutes. I don't think, from the feedback that I keep hearing, requests, and it's not only from council members, I will tell you that, it's from constituents as well. It is not to hush the citizens from talking. I think it's to say that we all need to manage our time a little bit more, and 10 minutes makes it necessary, as Councilman Lewis stated, that as I, as chair, when I go around and said, do you have any comments, do you have any comments, it almost forces somebody to have comments who would have never said anything. So just to kind of put everything in a more efficient way. There will be a public hearing, and this council has always been very open to what the citizens have to say, and we listen to what the citizens have to say. But I will tell you that this has come to me probably every meeting about, is this coming back up? Is this coming back up? So based on that, I'm putting it back up, and at the public hearing, we will hear what the citizens will have to say, and it will go to vote, and we will make a determination. But I do agree that the time needs to be on everybody. We need to be more efficient with our conversations and our comments on all sides. So your preliminary remarks have been heard, and we look forward to the public hearing. That will be on, what's the date of the public hearing? Is the first meeting in February?
February
The first
3rd,
meeting, we'll announce it at that time because I don't have it. But the first meeting in February.
February 3rd.
February 3rd. So, again, this is nothing against the citizens. I think it's just for us to have a more efficient meeting for all of us. And as of now, we're 10 minutes away from extending tonight's meeting when we had 2 ordinances and 16 resolutions on here. And I guess it also came up at the league, and I recall the last time that this came up, and one of the consistent comments was the citizens did not want to hear what other municipalities were doing. You want to be concerned what you're doing here for the constituents that we serve, and not to measure ourselves by other municipalities. But in that meeting, when we were talking about agendas and the flow of the agenda, I'm sure that every council member in here was very surprised, or that if you look across every municipality in Orange, that the citizens' comments are basically 3 minutes. So even doing 5 minutes, just to let you know, we're still above what every other municipality, and I hear you, we don't serve every other municipality, we serve you, and we need to be concerned about what your needs are here. So your concerns have been heard, and we will hear in more detail at the public hearing on February 3rd. That, go on to citizens, council comments. And I'm gonna take, are there any council comments? I won't go by. Are there any council comments?
Yes.
Councilwoman that was Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. In the South Ward, I've already had 2 South Ward meetings, and they've been very productive. The second one had double the amount of citizens, many new residents, and something came up that if there could be some sort of welcome packet for new homeowners or new residents that had all the information of like all the council people, recycling dates. I know at one time they used to do that, but just a way of saying welcome to our city, because some of them were like, are you going to have these meetings every month? I'm like, no. But they were excited, with an opportunity to get with the other residents. I also was given the opportunity to work with Lighthouse Social Services and work through the social workers of Haywood Avenue School and Forestry School to give out toys, and that was in December. Councilwoman Butler jinxed me because when I got my new city phone, my emails don't work right now. So I know, she told me. But IT is on it. They're going to get it fixed tomorrow. But she said, she jinxed me, but okay. And just the last thing about the comments. This is just I'll be Jamie for a second. I'm all for comments. I'm all for help to help the city. But I can't for the life of me understand how telling council people and residents what school you went to, how long you worked someplace, how does that help the city? And I think that's the complaints that I get in the South Ward. They want to be able to come up and talk about real issues. Where you worked and all of that is what you need on your resume when you are applying for a job. That is what is irritating residents that come to me that say the time should be lowered. So if you spend 5 minutes talking about yourself and all of that and 5 minutes about issues, then we're at 5 minutes. So when it comes back up on February 3rd, I will be 100% for. I don't want to shut out any residents, but we're talking about 6 or 7 residents. We're not talking about the whole city of Orange. And why don't other residents come out? Because they said they don't want to sit through the same, like they can memorize what some residents are going to come up and say. And it's not a good thing. Like, they're not saying this is helpful. They can't get to the helpful information through all of the other stuff. So in my 2 seconds, I'm saying that when we do meet on it on the February 3rd, I'll be saying the same thing, that it needs to be on issues and not statements.
Thank you, Councilwoman Summers Johnson. Councilmember, any other council comments?
Yes, I do.
Councilman Corbett?
Mr. Mays or Mayor, have we implemented the clock, the punch in and out clock?
It has been installed, the training has been done, and they're doing a trial of it now.
Okay, so once it is fully implemented, what happens if the clock is not working?
The same thing happens. I mean, you'd sign in on your sheet or whatever form that you give in to make sure that your attendance is kept outside of the clock.
So so that's what they're doing now. They pretty much have a sign in and out sheet.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Also, something very important. The council approved an ordinance, ordinance number 14, 2014, and it amended Chapter 23 of the Municipal Code. And I'll just highlight the changes to it and ask the administration to adhere to it because it is important. The mayor and the administration shall provide and submit to the city council in January and July of every year a list of all city vehicles as well as a list of all city personnel assigned and utilizing a non-emergency city vehicle on a daily basis. Non-emergency vehicles for the purpose of this section shall include vehicles not utilized by the fire and police departments. Said personnel shall include but not be limited to department heads, directors, managers, and appointed city officials. Said personnel excluded include the fire and police directors and senior sworn law enforcement personnel of the fire and police departments. The mayor and administration shall provide and submit a monthly detailed accounting of each city's vehicles use, including mileage, fuel, and preventive maintenance costs and expenses. The mayor or his designee shall answer all inquiries of city council with respect to the mileage, fuel, and preventive maintenance costs and expenses at meetings of the city council. Failure on the part of the mayor or his designee to provide any of the information and documentation under this section may be cause for the city council to deny payment of any expenses associated with use of city vehicles. So my question is, how soon can we get that report?
Vehicle report, maintenance
Yes.
report,
Yes.
Director Mays?
The mayor or
Well,
Mr.
I
Mays?
think Director Mays is working on it.
Yeah, I have the report almost ready. We just took possession of a couple of new vehicles that I need to add. I can have the report, let's see, today. By the end of the week, I'll have it in the council's mailboxes by Friday.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
Council members?
Yeah,
Councilman
Council President, I have a quick
Before
statement.
let me do a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Summers Johnson, second by
Second.
Councilman Johnson. All in favor?
I'm gonna do a voice vote.
Councilman Coley,
In favor.
Councilman Corbett,
No.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
No.
I'm in favor, and the count is 5-2.
5-2.
Thank you. The meeting is extended. I apologize, Councilman Johnson.
Council President, thank you. Going forward in 2015, I think we need to grow up a little bit as far as the administration and the council. If we asking pinpoint questions that rub you the wrong way, and we literally asking you questions to gain the knowledge of what's going on with these finances, people, an administration will have to start removing their attitudes. Because we need to get to the bottom of what's going on with these finances. We need collaboration and willingness for people to be honest with us to start talking about what's going on with these municipal finances. And within a 3-week span, we have heard so many tap dancing stories on why somebody needs appropriations. And then we get these sarcastic remarks from people like we don't know what's going on. Council President, I think going forward that needs to stop. I mean, on December the 16th, Resolution 341, 2014, the administration asked us to transfer $1,377,700 to appropriate it, and none of that talked about. There's no line item saying that they needed $88,000 for fuel or whatever for the automobiles. And one of the line items that we reappropriated for 2015 was future negotiated salary increases. And where it says transfer to operations within CAP, there's no talk about them giving retroactive raises to any employees. So how are we to react when we constantly trying to get information from either the deputy BA or from CFO or the finance director, when nobody can literally sit down and say logically or succinctly what they need to transfer money for? And now we're talking about transferring stuff that they went on and paid anyway, and transferring stuff from a current fund. I rest my case.
Council members, Councilwoman Eason.
These New Jersey municipalities, I'm asking the council, they might want to read page 68, the legal, or your minutes reasonably comprehensive. I think sometime in the past there was discussion about when we should have minutes and when we shouldn't. So that sort of explains it.
Page 61, you said?
68.
68, okay.
Yeah. Also, getting back to the hand scanner, when will the council get a preview of the hand scanner and a copy of the guidelines that's going to be provided to the employees for the use?
Mayor Warren, the new policy for the hand.
The thought was that to make sure that there are no kinks in the system, to make sure there's going to be a system that will be utilized and was going to be rolled out at a council meeting to show you exactly how it works, what it does, how it records, and what the policy is.
So prior to it going online, the council members will get a preview and a set of the guidelines?
Correct.
Because one of the things I think is a concern of how the police department is going to be handled, since they don't really work regular schedules like everybody else. They're in and out the police department all the time. So I just need to hear what those guidelines are and how that's going to be handled, so nobody's get caught up in anything that is not clear as to how you can handle the police department. And also the fire department.
Our police and fire come to work and work hard each and every day. So I don't think we'll have those kind of
I'm not
problems.
disputing that. I'm saying with the hand scanner,
Oh,
how is that going to impact them?
Yeah.
Sarcastic remark, Mayor. You need to
No.
stop that.
I'm sorry,
All right.
Councilwoman, but we'll lay it out
Yeah, we
beforehand,
need to
and you'll have the
understand how
final
it's gonna impact
of the policy.
police and fire. And just real quickly, I'm going to talk real fast. So, and the Toys for Tots. I'm not saying that we shouldn't buy toys and we shouldn't award our volunteers. I just think we need to do it differently. We can't continue to spend the money. And if we want to do Toys for Tots, like Cotton Funeral Home gives away to multiple organizations every year, we need to get on some of those lists.
Including us.
So that we don't have to spend dollars to do that when there's so many organizations that's willing to donate, and so forth. For the volunteers, we could have did a certificate, and we could have handed them out at a council meeting. I mean, that costs us nothing. So, and the other thing, real quickly, about the changing of the time that public speaks, I think that's been a long time coming, and not saying that we want to disrespect anyone. I think we need to make some changes in the way we do business. I mean, we need to support that and make sure that we get out of here at a reasonable hour. And not only that, we have 7 council members up here. All of the public has access to their council, ward council, council at large. And some of the concerns and issues that come to that mic can be handled by just making a phone call to your council person and ask them to address it for you. So when we get here that night, it's just a readout of what your problem is, because they've already worked it through the mayor, through the public works, through whatever department it impacts. So that would save us some time. I mean, you elected us for office, you got to use us. Because everything doesn't need to come here for discussion and long drawn out discussions on how we're going to fix this, how we're going to fix that. And I know Mr. Mays responds quickly all the time, at least in the instance that I needed to respond. So we need to make sure that happens. And real quickly, I just want to, Mr. Mapp, there is something about the state giving back refunds for copay, for medical, was it prescriptions? Is that going to impact us? Or is that Medicaid reimbursement?
I apologize. Can we just take how long, a 2 minute, not 1 minute, because the tape is just running out. And just
Did you read the article in the paper this week about the mistakes in copay and prescriptions?
No, I am not familiar with that story, and
the state is going to be refunding some money to the employees. Could you check into that and give us a readout to see if that's going to impact us budget-wise?
Yeah, retirees.
But it's only for retirees.
Yeah.
Only for retirees.
in terms of co-pays pertaining to current employees or retirees, I would have to look at whatever the legislation is.
Just look at the article, the legislation, and see if that's going to.
As a matter of fact, I'll do better. I'll speak to the state directly.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And real quickly, I just want to go to something that happened last council meeting when we talked about amending the resolution for Dennis Motley. That process turned into something that it didn't need to be, because the resolution that was put forth was the correct one. Now, based on law, there is no council liaison for the Housing Development Authority. There is no liaison. There has never been one, and we haven't appointed one. The only liaisons we have is to the Housing Authority, because the Orange Housing Development Authority is controlled by federal and is operated by the state, and is totally separate. So why Council President chose to involve Councilman Cole and Councilman Johnson into that process, I don't understand. Because I was asked to do the resolution, to amend it, I did it, and we know we're going to bring forth another one at the end of February. So I just want to make it clear that it is 7 members on this council, and all of us have equal parts. And all of us has a right to put forth and discuss things without the interference of the council president, because she is the president.
Councilwoman Eason.
Hold on, let me
finish.
finish.
No, Councilwoman
She's the leading
Eason.
president,
Councilwoman
but
Eason.
we have a right
Councilwoman
to bring
Eason.
forth
Councilwoman Eason.
anything
Councilwoman
that we see
Eason.
that we have a
Councilwoman
question about.
Eason.
So I'm just saying,
Councilwoman
in the future,
Eason.
I'm
Councilwoman
hoping
Eason.
that all processes, if I bring
And
if I bring
Councilwoman
something
Eason,
forth
right now you're
and you have a
disrespecting
question
the
about
process.
it, I prefer you call me and get the final decision as to what we are discussing, versus going behind my back and having other people involved in something that didn't need to happen. And with that, I'm finished.
And I apologize, council member. I'm going to interject right there. Councilman Coley and Councilman Johnson are the liaisons to the Housing Authority. There
Not
was
the Housing Development Authority, which is what we were appointing a
Councilwoman
person to.
Eason, now you're can you please? And there was no going behind the back, I received a call from the Housing Authority, and I asked them to do the research. We all interviewed Mr. Motley, and I don't think this has to continue to play out. What happened, it happened at the last meeting, and the decision was made.
Exactly.
Thank you. Council members, are there any other,
No, ma'am.
Yes, there are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, Councilwoman, Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
I said no, ma'am.
Oh my God,
Sorry.
yes, there are.
Sorry.
Good evening. I will begin my council comments on a positive note. I just want to wish everyone a happy new year, wishing everyone health and prosperity in 2015. I also wanted to welcome our new fire director on board, and I will be sitting with you soon because I am the fire liaison, so you will be hearing from me soon. Just a couple of quick questions or comments. First, I think they already mentioned it, but I do expect that sometime soon, maybe at the next council meeting, Mayor, we can have the grant status report. I've requested it at the last couple of council meetings, and I'm still waiting to hear what accomplishments or achievements they've made in 2014. Additionally, I wanted to talk a little bit about broadcasting the meetings. I know you mentioned it at the last meeting, and we were working in conjunction with each other. One of the things that you had stated was that it had to go through the bidding process, and that should have been probably completed well by this time. So I'm expecting either to set up my assessment team again to come in and do their assessment so we can get online. So I look forward to hearing from you with regards to that. The other thing, I do want to applaud the police department about the 0 homicides. That says a lot about the work that they've done in the city, and so, again, well done. Mr. Mays, I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I'll mention it again, especially since we had snow today, that I want to make sure that our snow removal preparation is ready to go, and that, you know, we'll be able to get to work when it snows. The other thing that I want to comment on is this ordinance 2/2015 that has to do with the, I guess, the limiting of time for the public to speak. I have said this in the past, and I'll say it again. A lot of the extended council meetings do not necessarily have to do with the public speaking. It has to do with the way the meetings are run. And I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again. Yes, if we're going to censor the public, then we need to also censor ourselves. Let me be clear. You need to be able to say things in a short, concise, and cogent manner. There's no reason to say things 3 different ways and expect the impact to be any greater. So again, we need to conduct ourselves accordingly if we expect the public to conduct themselves accordingly. I have asked in the past couple, and I'll get off of that because I don't want to repeat myself 3 times. So, the other thing that I want to mention is the fleet list. I have asked for that in the last couple of meetings as well, and I do look forward to the fleet list coming to us on January 9th, 2015.
January 9th?
Yes, Friday.
Friday, okay, okay.
The other thing that I have a quick question about, I have 2 quick questions. The first one is that I was alerted to, I guess, a crisis in the public schools with regards to aftercare programs. So I just wanted to know if any council members had heard anything about that.
Yes.
And what is the status of that? And then my second question has to do with, I guess, somewhat what Councilman Johnson had spoken about, and that is where the council was contacted several times during the Christmas holiday with regards to these emergency transfer appropriations, one of which I happened to be out of town, and I was called to come to a meeting with regards to an $88,000 transfer for fuel. And so I guess my question is, and it might be for Mr. Mapp, or the CFO, why are you calling us for emergency appropriations, and then I don't want to say that we get here, but I guess some council members did come to that meeting, but they didn't have a quorum, so nothing could occur. But my question is, why are you harassing us, essentially, because we were called several times over the last several weeks about these emergency transfer appropriations, and then when we get here tonight, those things have already occurred. I have an issue already with us okaying things that have already been paid. So I think that we need to, again, look at processes. I've said this a million times, and I know you're tired of hearing me say it, Mr. Matt, but I will continue to say it. There are some things about our corrective action plans and other processes that need to be examined so that we do things in an orderly fashion. So again, why are we being summoned for these meetings and then there is no fire?
First, let me preface my remarks by responding to one of the comments you made earlier, and that pertains to the grant status. All members of the governing body receives a grant status report every month. It is sent electronically. It is sent to the clerk's office. It is one of the monthly financial reports that is submitted to the governing body each and every month.
Well, then I will say this. I have been having trouble with my email. Councilwoman Summers Johnson alluded to that. So if that's the case, then I need a hard copy.
In the box as well as.
It's all in the clerk's office.
Okay, so go on.
Number two, I'm not aware of any council person or the council as a whole being harassed in some of the meetings. I don't do that. That's not my role.
Were you aware of the three, I think it was 3 in the last month or so, emergency transfer appropriation resolutions that were presented to council?
I'm aware that we presented to the governing body a request for the transfer of funds. Our request was rejected. It was replaced by a resolution that was created by the budget consultant.
Okay, and so you're not aware of that last meeting that was, I think it might have been.
It didn't happen, Councilwoman.
Oh, it didn't happen?
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay, well, we were contacted about
Yes.
it. And I thought some people did show up.
No, that was that New Year's Eve at 5 o'clock, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, it was New Year's Eve, exactly.
I was in beautiful Barbados.
Yeah, well, I was out of town too, but I was asked to come back in town for that meeting. Lucky you.
He was in the Bahamas.
Barbados.
Barbados.
She said he was in the Bahamas.
But no. Okay, so you addressed that, you were aware of that, but my question is, how come that fire went away? That's my question.
Well, quite honestly, I am not aware of the fire.
Well, it is now on the bill list, the $88,000.
It was paid.
That was paid for fuel.
I was told upon returning that there was an issue with the fuel bill and that there was somewhat of a crisis because the vehicles couldn't receive gas. That's what I was told upon my return. And the steps that were obviously taken by finance is that we paid the bill. And beyond that, I really am not in a position to make any further comments because I'm not familiar with all that transpired that has led you to raising the question that you're raising.
Okay, and I guess my question is this. I don't want you to comment necessarily on what occurred, but I certainly want to understand why your department, apparently without your leadership, viewed this issue one way and called an emergency meeting, and you're viewing it another way, as a non-crisis.
Madam CFO, can you come forward, please? I'm not aware of any crisis that the finance department created, and so that's your interpretation. I would want to hear from the CFO what happened in my absence, but I'm not aware of what you have just communicated.
Joy Lascari, CFO. When the original transfer resolution that the finance department put forward was removed from the agenda, and a replacement in its not of our creation was brought forward and passed. One of the items that was on the original resolution, if you will look at it, was requesting that $170,000 be moved to the line item for vehicle maintenance, which included the fuel. So when Council Member Johnson appeared to feel that the fuel was not addressed in the first resolution, it was a lack of understanding, or just you didn't realize that fuel was a part of the entire amount that was being requested for vehicle maintenance. Okay? So it was in there. The reason that the DPW department had requested that amount of money in the original transfer was because they knew that they had obligations coming forward for repairing the cars and for the fuel. When the alternate resolution, transfer resolution, was put forth, it did not include anything for that line for the vehicle repair and maintenance.
And by alternate, you mean the resolution?
The resolution
from
that
the
was
budget
brought
consultant?
forward by the budget consultant. After that meeting, the finance department put together another resolution that we were attempting to encourage the council to come back in and vote on. I gave that resolution to the administration, and they're the ones who carried it forward, trying to talk to each and every one of you to encourage you to come forward and pass that resolution. Now, as far as your reference to a fire, every line item that is currently overexpensed now has to be raised in the subsequent year's budget. So that fire is still there, if you take my understanding, if you take my meaning. That has not gone away. As far as the fuel, yes, we went ahead and paid it because we have money in the cash account. We have money in the cash to pay for it. Yes, we did overexpend the line item for the budget. I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding about municipal budget accounting. The current fund is your municipal budget. There are thousands of line items within the accounting of the current fund wherein we keep track of all of the monies that come into the town and all the monies that go out of the town. The budget is a guide for how we spend the money. Now, New Jersey statutes give us the opportunity to transfer those budgeted line items from one account to another. This is so that at the end of the year and the following year, we do not have over expenditures which have to be raised as part of the budget in the following year. This was not addressed with the budget, with the passing of the transfer resolution that the council did approve. Therefore, those line items are still overexpensed, and they still have to be raised in next year's budget.
And I should add, members of the governing body, this happens in all 565 municipalities, and that is the reason for the statute.
Now, I know that there has been some thought that, oh, we don't have to do this before the end of the year. We can take care of it next year. No. Whatever is overexpensed at the end of the year cannot be corrected in the following year. Those overexpended amounts must be raised in whole in the next year's budget. That's the fire. It limits the city on what they can do because of the caps. There's a cap on how much you can raise your budget each year, okay? if you have to squeeze an extra 350 or whatever the number is at this point, if you have to squeeze that amount into your already limited space for your budget for next year, it hinders the city's ability to do the work that needs to be done. It becomes a burden on the taxpayers because they don't end up getting the goods and services from the municipality that their taxes are going in for. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No. If you look at me, you're asking me, no.
Okay.
No, I have a general idea.
What part don't you understand? Because I really, really want you to understand this.
Councilwoman, just so we can.
Yeah, we're off on a tangent now.
Right.
Way off on a tangent.
I don't believe it's a tangent. It's a fundamental issue.
Mr. Scary,
It's about the transfer.
It is about the transfer.
You're off on a tangent a little bit. So the question that I asked was, why was something that was an emergency is now a non-emergency? And
or it appears to be. Yeah.
Right. And you kind of sort of didn't
Because
answer it,
no,
so
because
it's okay.
the resolution was not passed as it was presented. I have done the best that I can to make sure that every obligation that absolutely has to be covered has been covered. That meant that car repairs, sorry, until we can do a resolution next year, we can't pay for those car repairs.
And this year, Mr. Feld, could you be so kind, just because the mics are picking up everything, if we could just, any other questions,
Well,
Councilwoman?
no. I mean, I feel like my question is not really answered. It's kind of danced around, and that's fine.
I would love to try
But-
to answer your question.
Well, you were in Barbados. You can't answer.
It just may take some time to really sit down and look at it, because I'm a very visual person. I need to see things written down, and I imagine that some of you are that way as well. Me saying it when you don't have a foundation to understand what I'm saying, or a framework to place it on so you can see it in your own mind, is difficult, and I understand that. I would love to be able to explain it to you better without a bulletin, without a blackboard, which I'm not, skilled with, and a considerable amount of time. I just feel like, you're not going to get it.
Council President?
I'm sorry, who just
That was
spoke?
me.
Councilwoman
Can I just say something? I think the main problem with the new council members, let me just say, everything becomes fire for us. Everything is under the, so I think I don't want to speak for the new council members, but I just personally feel like you're explaining it great, but it didn't have to be under stress. Like, you got to do this if you don't do this, because I was, trying to figure out, well, is this something? Do we really need to meet? Like, I have kids. I got to make sure they get here. I want to get to the meeting. But we're just saying that everything doesn't have to be, if you don't do this, it's going to be this. If it was explained prior to the resolution coming, I think you would have gotten a better response.
It appears to me, Council President, that the CFO was trying to avoid over expenditures, which we all know, and I am sure you know now, that over expenditures creates an additional burden in the following year. The following year being this year, 2015. And she was trying desperately to avoid that.
Council President? Councilwoman Easton, Councilman, are you finished? Let me, Councilman Johnson, and Councilman Cole, just because I've seen paperwork, there is a league, budget finance training coming up. Do you recall the date?
I want to say that's February 7th.
February 7th.
So if I can ask the clerk's office just to resend that out, because they actually go into depth about municipal financing, and it's a class where everybody's sitting around asking this type of question. That would be a better venue for that. So,
Council President, I'm clear on all this accounting stuff. What overwhelms me is the mass spending of all that goes on all year to get to the point where the last meeting or the last day before the last year, all these expended accounts need to be addressed and taken from something that could be surplus. Nobody talks about accumulating surplus in this town.
And let's
Council
not,
President,
Councilwoman Easton.
let me just,
Councilwoman Easton, just a second. I understand, and Councilwoman Butler, and I understand, but it seems like there would be a longer time span for CFO Lascari to actually put her position on the floor and to go back and forth. And this is not really the forum to do it because we're just gonna go back and forth. Okay, go back and forth. But I will encourage, and even if you've been to the budget municipal finance training, I would encourage you because municipal finance law is ever changing and ever evolving. So it's a very good training for everybody to invest their time to go into. Councilwoman Eason?
I just want, Councilwoman Simmons Johnson made a key point. And one of the things the mayor has agreed to do is, prior to this going on our bill list, that somebody will come in a previous council meeting and explain why the transfers needs to happen. He admits he dropped the ball on that.
Okay.
Before we see it, somebody needs to come and explain why we need this and I think if they had done that, it would have been a smoother transition. But when you just get a piece of paper that night and say you gotta pass this and do that, I mean, nobody understands why they really need the money. And I still don't see, and somebody talked about $107,000. I didn't see that on the transfer.
Well, let's not go back and forth. We had enough discussion on there. Councilman Coley, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say this real quickly. I just say this like I told Mr. Mays when he called me. A lack of planning on anyone's part does not constitute an emergency on mine. And Mr. Mapp, you know, I'm gonna ask you. I think this is the 5th meeting where I've been asking about the budget. Where exactly on the budget process? The last we spoke, that you was waiting like 4 meetings ago for the budgets from your directors. Have you gotten your budgets from your directors, or are we still waiting on your budgets from your directors?
We have gotten, I believe, based on my last conversation with the CFO, all of the OE and other expense requests from the departments. The salary and wage budgets, that's still a work in progress because of the involvement of our person who does HR, who does health benefits, because there's steps that are involved, and so that's a longer process, and that is still in the works. But the entire budget process is moving forward, and closing out the books at the end of the year is a part of that process as well. So we are still in the budget process. I can't give you any specific dates. I don't want to tell you it's going to be next week, it's going to be the week after. We are in the budget process.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your honesty, and I'm going to be asking that question every meeting.
And I just want to extend the invitation to any or all of you members of the governing body to come to finance. We will sit down and we would walk you through the ABCs of the process. That's an open invitation.
Okay, I'll call you.
Please do.
Thank you. And finally, as a reminder, I just want to, Mayor Warren, you were not here, so I'll just put on the record that this council, for the first time since I sat here, did a budget status report on November 13th. And that's where the budget consultant took numbers from reports received from the finance department from September 30th and kind of made a projection as to if we were spending in that trend going forward, where we would be in all our departments, and show where we would be over budgeted in some or under budgeted in some. And there was a full meeting on that night. One of the things that this council had asked the CFO was that if she disagreed with the numbers, because it was a summary fashion report, if you was to disagree with anything that was in that that statement, to just go by and show why you disagree and to show what her projections were. We never received that report, so that was one thing. The council, probably since the first meeting in November, had also asked the finance department about the transfers because they're done in the last 2 months of the year, first 3 months of the year. And we kept asking, but we never got that transfer document until the last meeting of the year. So it just put everything in a kind of a very hectic pattern because there was no time to go back and to kind of research and resolve and to ask questions because it was the last meeting of the year. And even in the so what happened, the administration put forth a transfer document and that was voted down, and then the based on the budget consultant and the numbers and everything, put up another one based on numbers, and we voted that one up. And even at that point, when we asked Mr. Scary if there was something to come back and to, you know, let us know specifically, there was no response. And I know I was here in City Hall on New Year's Eve asking what were the specifics, and there was a run that the budget consultant needed to see of all the different accounts so they can run their report based on, and normally it's emailed to the budget consultant. The budget consultant did not get that to it, and in fact on New Year's Eve, maybe on Christmas Eve, I actually received a package of maybe 600 documents, and I took it up to the budget consultant paper, so they had to manually put it in as opposed to getting it electronically. So there was back and forth, but there was no response from the administration. In terms of, I think this council has asked and has really put forth many extra steps to kind of extend the olive branch to the administration to say, just show us the numbers, because in fact the administration put forth a budget to the city council, and then the city council had very long hearings where we went by line by line, line by line, and what it showed was that the final budget that was adopted was not adhered to, which resulted in the need for the transfers. And so that's where the conflict comes in, is that the final budget that was adopted was not adhered to, which caused a lot of over expenditures and a lot in salary and wages and some in O&E. But we have continually, as a council, extended to say this is what we need to answer the question, and the answers have not been received to the council, which left us with what do we do? So what we could see, we made those transfers necessary. And tonight, and I believe, I do know that the budget consultant and Mr. Scary had a conversation, and it was showed that the $80,000, even though that the finance department went ahead and paid the gas, that there was still other items in that whole department for vehicle maintenance that was still needed to be paid to the tune of around $80,000. So it's a cooperative relationship where we have to ask questions, have answers, and go back and forth. If not, we're just speculating on what had to be done. And I'm sure you've seen the budget consultant's report that he had given. And okay, and so there was never a response to that from your finance department, from the finance department. That was one thing. And then I guess what left the council in a major quandary is that in the original transfer, the $500,000, $500,000 that we had set aside for contract negotiations, based on a 2% raise for all employees, had not been utilized, had been not negotiated. But it appeared that on the last day of the year, that one of the contracts were, had come to a financial agreement and it was paid, but it did not come before this council. And that resolution will come up, I'm assuming, at the next council meeting, or, you know, once you get everything done. But I think the whole thing is that we have to communicate, and we did ask, and we specifically asked, and I can't remember if it was this first meeting or the second meeting to it was the first meeting in December, where we asked Mrs. Scary if there was a specific item on this report that you disagree with, just go and just show us where you disagree with so we can understand. And we never got that report. And Mrs. Scary responded that she was you know, there was a lot of things that she was doing in the office, and if she had time, she would get back to us. But the fact is, for us to make a decision where we have to transfer funds and do it in our fiduciary duty, we have to have the documents before it. And in fact, we did not have that document before us. And till today, the budget consultant and Mr. Scary's office is going back and forth, and that's where that transfer came from. But we still have to answer to contractual payments that were paid out that was not agreed, did not come before this council. So there's still some outstanding things. So I think what Councilman Johnson had just stated in his comments, that we all have to grow up and we have to work together, because we all have a job to do, and the people have elected us to do that job, and it's the checks and balances, and that's the job that we want to do to service the people of Orange. But we need it by having the answers in front of us, and just answering the question, and not answering those questions put us in this position to kind of take the safer route to say, if we don't see it, we can't just blindly transfer money. So I just want to remind that that's still out there, that this response has not been given to us in terms of where the disagreements were. And I guess the next agreement would be the contract that you're in the midst of negotiating, and I've seen a note that you were, the library is negotiating their contract, so we need to see that information as well. So I can with confidence say, just from talking to all the council members, the goal is not to stop you from doing your job as an administrator. The goal is just to have the answers before us so that we can make a decision that is based on facts and just not hearsay, and that's simply what we're asking for. And tonight, again, talking to the budget consultant, and when the items were put in the transfer for $600,000 debt service, $50,000 in last year's debt, 2014 debt, and I showed you one more that I just can't remember off the top of my head, but and then the third one. But if we don't have the backup to show us that, we can't make a decision, a decision that's based on fact other than hearsay. So that's the simplistic request that this council is asking. Just give us the backup, and even give us your plan as to why you're going down that road. And I don't think this council has not supported you when you have taken that route and shown us why it was the route we needed to take. But when we don't get answered, it puts this council in a position that we just can't sign a blind check, and that's the simple answer of it. And in terms of the discourse that occurred between Councilwoman Easton and myself this evening, I just want to assure the public sitting here that there is no intention of going behind anybody's back. The question came up, and the simple question was was it to rescind or to amend? And because we have people that are assigned to various committees, I just tasked those people who are on those committees or associated with the Housing Authority to do the fact finding, and that was the way that I chose to do it, rather than to try to handle it. So it wasn't going behind the back, and in fact, I have tried to call Councilwoman Easton, and we had unsuccessful calls. But it was just trying to find the most efficient way in doing it. And I'm thinking you're grabbing the mic because you wanted to respond.
Yes.
Okay.
Firstly, it's incumbent upon all council persons to go to the various trainings that are available to understand the budget process. Joy Lascari just laid out the entire process, but this is a too short of a time period. As long as we think these meetings are, understanding the budget takes a lot longer. It's incumbent upon us to do it and to understand that process. The information that you had before you that we put into the resolution, those were the facts. That was the information. It had $170,000 for vehicle maintenance. Vehicle maintenance includes gas, fuel, and maintaining the cars. That was in the resolution that we put forward. So when you ask what did we disagree with, you take the resolution that you had from the budget consultant and the resolution that we prepared, and you'll see the difference. That's what she disagreed with. The things that weren't in your resolution should have been, and we could have had transfers. Transfers are not spending any more money, and I heard Councilwoman Galt refer to transfer appropriations. They're not appropriations. They're simply transferring from a surplus budget, from a surplus account to one that's in deficit. There's no new money being spent. There's no new appropriation. With respect to the council made a decision that they would set aside a reserve of funds from which we could use to pay salary increases. There was one particular bargaining unit that had not received any increase or negotiated its salaries since 2011. And the request was for 2% per year, 2011, 2% 2012, 13, and 14. In the negotiation, negotiated that there would be 0 2011, 0 2012, and 0 2013, and instead of 2% in 2014, it'd be reduced to 1.25 if we were able to pay it in 2014. What that allowed us to do is maintain most of that reserve, because most of the money will go to police and fire. Police are going to get increases. Police are going to have certain payouts. To preserve that fund for that unit was much more prudent and a better use of our funds, so we wouldn't have to dip back in. That may not even cover what we're going to negotiate with police, but it's much better to try to preserve as much of that pot as we could. And so instead of spending 2% per year from 2011 until now, we only spent 1.25 in this 1 year.
But the contract did not come before the council for final approval. That's the only portion that we're missing. But we'll deal with that, not prolong it. And
a version of the contract was sent to the clerk's office, but I don't think it had the final signatures on it, so it was sent back. But those were the terms that were agreed to. I think I may have an original signature here with me now.
And let's deal with that at the next meeting, because you have, I think you're discussing 4 years, but what I'm saying that even though that transfer said
$170,000.
But if this council asks for further backup, this council is entitled to the questions that they ask, and that's the question that was not answered.
There was no question in that report, nor there's a question from any council person as to what the $170,000 meant.
Absolutely.
In addition, there was no explanation on any of the line items that the resolution that was prepared by the budget consultant prepared. If you ask these council people here today about any of the line items that were put on the budget consultant's resolution, they would not be able to explain it to you, and they'd not be able to pull out any documents to support it.
And Mayor Warren, I respectfully disagree with you that we did ask at the meeting in the first meeting in December, we did ask Mrs. Gary to go. If there was an item that she disagreed, could she just send it to us? And that there was not.
Well, she
and
disagreed with every item that was not in our original resolution.
Well, no,
That's
no,
why we prepared it.
When we talked about the report, we asked her to respond to us, and she responded to us. If she had time, she would get back to us. That was her response.
So are you telling me that every council person here received that report, digested that report, understood that report, and then voted on the budget consultant's resolution based on that report?
On the transfer report.
Yes. Are you telling me that every council person read that report, digested that report, and made their vote based on their understanding of that report?
Well, what I will say to you is that on the transfer that the administration submitted in the last meeting of December was primarily salary and wages and some O&E.
I understand that.
Okay.
But the danger that you run into is you and the budget consultant confer on the transfer resolution. I doubt whether or not each and every one of these council persons were in on that discussion, had an understanding of that report, had an understanding of the new resolution as opposed to the old resolution. That should have been a council convergence on that document and on that consultation. Everyone should have been involved in that. And if I ask around the table, well, some council persons already told me they still don't understand it. So it wasn't explained by the budget consultant either. Yet you voted on that resolution. You can't operate with one or two council people, especially when budget items. That's why everybody has to be involved in that process. And I don't think they were.
And I disagree with you, Mayor Warren, because we had both resolutions here, and we discussed them both. And when we asked the question regarding the salary and wages, there was no answer given.
Did anyone ever ask about the $170,000 that was on there?
That specific line item I cannot speak to.
Right.
Well, but it was on there, and everybody received it. And if it was taken off, did anyone ask the budget consultant, why is that taken off? And if you're taking it off, what does it mean?
Right. And I will say that too, and I will go back and say to you that neither did your CFO come back and say this was specifically for the gas bills that we have coming back. So it goes both ways. So what I'm saying to you is that we have continued to ask questions, and the answer that we've gotten was that if I have time, I'll get to it.
And let me get back to Councilwoman Easton's comment. In the future, the meeting prior to a transfer request,
right,
there'll be an outline where Ms. Lascara will give a report similar to what she did today, except in more detail about the various items.
Right.
I think that probably should have been done beforehand.
Or in the first
Questions
meeting in
would have
November,
been
right, going back and forth and waiting until the last minute. So that's where we are today. And so basically, the administration's position and our report from what happened from the council as the meetings evolved. And we did ask several times in November and in December, was there a transfer, and it didn't come until the last meeting in December, which kind of left everybody at a time restraint that was just hard to meet. Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Second reading.
Going to second reading.
Yes, we have ordinance 25, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the city of Orange Township, chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, section 200-40, schedule 9, stop intersections, four-way stop, Nassau Street and South Jefferson Street.
I'm sorry, 25-2014.
Yes.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard on this?
Motion to close.
Motion by Councilman Corr, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Second by Councilwoman Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well.
Motion passes. Ordinance 26-2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the city of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-32, prohibiting parking on Oakwood Avenue between crosswalks.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard on this ordinance?
Motion to close.
Motion by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Garner Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
I'm in favor as well.
Motion passes.
Motion to adopt on final reading.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Garner Butler?
In favor.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
And I am in favor as well.
Motion passes.
Motion carries 7 yeas.
Ordinance 27, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-32, prohibiting parking on Carteret Place and Carteret Terrace between sidewalks.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard on this motion, on this ordinance?
Motion to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason? Yes. Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well. What's 7?
28-2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township.
Motion to adopt on
I'm sorry,
final.
motion to adopt final reading.
Move.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well.
Motion passes, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Ordinance 28, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-52.2, mid-block crosswalks, Carteret Place and Carteret Terrace.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard?
Motion to close public
Motion to
hearing.
close by Councilman Corbett. Second.
Second.
A second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt on final reading.
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well.
Motion carries. Now we're on ordinances for first introduction. Ordinance 1-2015, an ordinance amending Chapter 4, Article 16 of the Municipal Code of the City of Orange Township regarding the administration government.
Motion to adopt on first reading.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilman Coley. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well.
Motion carries.
And the public hearing will be on February 3rd, 2015.
Ordinance number 2-2015, an ordinance amending Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code of the City of Orange Township entitled Administration of Government Dealing Procedural Rules of the City Council, sponsored by Honorable Donna K. Williams.
Is there a motion to adopt on first reading?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
No.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
Not in favor.
Councilman Williams, I'm in favor. And
Motion passes.
5 yeas and 2 nays?
Yes.
And the
5
public,
yes, 2 nays.
I'm sorry.
5 yeses, 2 noes.
Okay, and the public hearing will be on February 3rd, 2015. Consent agenda?
All items listed on all items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the city council and would be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda.
This is a motion to suspend the rules to amend 16-2015 and to walk on 17-2015. Do we need to do it separately, or do we need to amend 16-2015? Amend 16-2015. Well, yeah, and to walk on 17-2015. Do we want to, can we do it collectively or separately? Council, not you. This is the motion to amend and to amend 16-2015 and walk on 17-2015. Suspend the rules.
Wait a minute. 16, we only have 16, so we're on 17 and 18.
Which is?
Okay, all right.
Okay, so this is a motion to suspend the rules to amend 16-2015 and to walk on 17-2015. Councilman Coley.
I don't have 17.
This is a resolution authorizing the transfer of 2014 budget appropriation.
It's not written on there.
I'm sorry?
He's looking for it, but it's blank. The number is not written there. That's why.
That's why, yeah.
We had to write it on. It's one
The
sheet.
title is a resolution authorizing the transfer of 2014 budget appropriation reserves.
Okay. In favor.
You have it?
Yeah, I have it.
Does everybody have it? Does everybody have it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you're in favor, Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
Thank you. So this is just to put it on the consent agenda. So we're, yes, we're doing that. So this is a motion to suspend the rules to amend 16-2015 and add 17-2015. And I'm in favor as well.
Yes.
Okay, so we have the new 16-2015 and additional 17-2015 that are on the consent agenda. So now, going to the consent agenda, I'm gonna come back to that now. Is there anybody that would like to remove for a separate vote?
Council
Councilman
President, can I
Johnson?
chime in here? Yeah. 4 2015,
You wanna remove 4? Okay,
5 2015,
uh-huh,
6 2015,
okay,
and 16 2015.
and 16-2015.
Council President,
Councilwoman Butler?
11, 2015.
I didn't hear you.
11.
11, 2015?
2015.
Okay.
5, 6,
Are there
7.
any other? So we've removed 4, 5, 6, 11, and 16.
And 16.
4, 5, 6,
11 and 16.
16.
Okay? We're voting now on the consent agenda. So voting on the consent agenda, 1-2015, 2-2015, 3-2015, 7-2015, 8-2015, 9-2015, 10-2015, 12-2015, 13-2015, 14-2015, 15-2015, and 17-2015. Is there moved by Councilman Corbett?
Second.
Was that Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
And second by
Summers Johnson.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda Going back in order to 4-2015. A resolution authorizing the reduction of 2014 taxes and refund on the property known as 245 Sterling Avenue, Block 6701, Lot 10, in the amount of $947.63 due to an error in the property assessment. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Summer Johnson on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
No.
Councilman Williams is in favor.
Motion passes 5-2.
Moving to 5-2015. A resolution authorizing the reduction of 2014 taxes and refund on the property known as 245 Sterling Avenue, rear lot, block 6701, lot 15, in the amount of $667.35 due to an error in the property assessment.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
Councilman Gaunt Butler.
Not in favor.
And I'm in favor. It's 5.
5-2. Motion passes.
Going to 6/2015, a resolution authorizing reduction of 2014 taxes for the property known as 133 Lincoln Avenue, blocks 2604, lot 1, in the amount of $17,573.55 due to an error in the property assessment.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coley on the motion. Seeing no roll call, Councilman Coley.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
No.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Councilman Johnson.
No.
And I am in favor, and your count is?
4-3. Motion passes.
Motion passes. Moving to the bill list. A resolution approving the bill list for council meeting vote on January 6th. I'm going to take this out of turn because of temporary appropriation. Let me show the money is there. So I will do the temporary appropriation first. I'm going to do 16 and come back to 11. A resolution authorizing the adoption of a current fund and water/sewer utility fund temporary budget appropriation for the month of January through March 2015 prior to the adoption of calendar year 2015 budget in accordance with NJSA 40A:4-19.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coley on the motion. Seeing no roll call, Councilman Coley.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
I'm sorry, what, are we doing 11 or 16?
No, we're doing 16 because I want to make sure the money is there before we pay bills.
Okay.
So that's a yes.
No, that's a no.
Councilwoman, so you got to know.
Okay.
No.
And I am in favor.
Yeah.
And you're
Motion passes.
6-1. A resolution approving the bill list for council meeting vote on January 6, 2015, dated December 2014, approving checks issued by the Finance Department in accordance with Ordinance 2-95. Councilmember, are we removing this because you want to remove some things from the bill list, or you just want to do it for a separate vote?
Separate vote.
Separate vote.
$3,893,667.83. Is there?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Not in favor.
Councilman Williams is in favor.
Motion passes 6-1.
Going back, 342-2014 is a resolution that was tabled. Is there a motion to remove it from the table? Seeing none.
Did we do 17?
342-2014. See it right. It was postponed.
Oh,
Okay, 342, it was postponed. And actually, see 340, that was the foreclosure of tax liens. So we just really need to withdraw it, Councilwoman Easton. And it has to be brought back.
Right, and for
It wasn't tabled, it was postponed. I apologize.
That was one from Carl Smith.
I believe so. Carl,
And
from the
yes.
administration with the list of.
I will send you an
17
email. I
was
think
in
we,
there.
I would like to see him do a matters for discussion on the next meeting to talk about his vision of how we can handle those things and maybe explain what they're trying to do, because I think that's some of the confusion.
Okay, so we're,
If the mayor, with the mayor's, where's the mayor?
he's left. Councilwoman Easton. He left.
So I'll send you an email and I'll CC the mayor.
Okay, so 342-2014, just need to do a motion to withdraw.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilman, Corbett.
Take it off, yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summer Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
What am I
To
voting on?
withdraw on 340.
Whether or not I'm
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
To withdraw. And I vote to withdraw as
Motion
well.
passes.
Motion. And also, just before we leave, we will not be back until after the Martin Luther King holiday, which is on the 20th. I believe there's.
19
Our next meeting.
is the
No, our
20th, but the-
meeting is on the 20th.
right.
So I'm saying we'll be back, so that is a holiday. So please keep in mind that Monday you will not have, so if there's anything that you need to get to the clerk's office, please do so by the Wednesday prior. And I also,
Please celebrate the Martin Luther King celebration, January the 19th. at St.
Councilwoman Easton, can you
Matthew.
just take the mic?
Please,
Please, can you just, please?
We haven't adjourned
please.
yet.
We have not adjourned. I need you to be, listen, Councilwoman Easton.
please support the Martin Luther King Day celebration on January the 19th, 12 noon at St. Matthew Church, 336 Oakwood Avenue. The guest speaker will be none other but the dynamic Baruti K. Cafelli.
And now,
Bishop Jackson.
and also council members, just on the ordinances 1-2, can you please return them to me right now, the one that was done on first reading, so we can redistribute them back to the clerk, or so we won't have to keep making copies.
Motion.
Now, with that, a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. Move.
Moved by Councilwoman Summer Johnson, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.